Okay, good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to welcome you on the day 2 of Spinoff Bulgaria conference. For me, it's a great pleasure to be your moderator together with Kaoyan, who will support me during this very interesting, very intense day. Very briefly, probably to share what is Spinoff Bulgaria is actually initiative, which goal is to create 100 spin-off companies till 2030. From yesterday, I believe that it is absolutely possible. Today's program is quite interesting. We'll have, of course, focus on European overview when it comes to innovation, when it comes to startups, and of course, spin-off companies. We'll having a great representation from the cluster Bulgarian ecosystem, international ecosystem. We'll have a very intense meeting with different scientists, academic representatives, and of course, a great networking and pitch session of the most interesting example coming from Bulgaria and abroad when it comes to a spin-off culture. So welcome. It is a pleasure to see you again. So Kaoyan, what will happen today and who is our first guest?
Yes, thank you, Christina. Welcome also from my side. We'll start with a little bit of an overview from the European perspective. We are very honored to have such a good mix of guests. We start with Eva Meidel in an online session, and then her colleagues from Digital Europe and also Tsvetelina Penkova will join us to talk about more perspectives. Tsvetelina is here with us. Please have a seat at the stage. Who else?
And also I want to invite on the stage Daniela Chonkva from Enterprise European Network Bulgaria and our consulting to joining, because a great discussion will follow up. So colleagues from the technical team, can we show Eva Meidel?
Hello, Eva, welcome.
Hi, good morning and welcome everyone. Extremely happy to be joining you. Thanks a lot to Kaloyan and to Christina for this invitation and for the whole cluster. Unfortunately, I can't be with you, but I hope Burgas is at least as sunny and as welcoming as Geneva is this morning where I am at the moment. But I won't take any more intro remarks, and I will go straight to the point, because I guess it's so much better to be zooming in into the room and to the panelists rather than to zooming in on Zoom. So I'll keep it short and sweet, but hopefully very concrete. I thought, because we find ourselves in a very different situation this summer compared to last summer, and cities like Burgas have definitely felt that in various ways. I thought I'll start by quoting Einstein, and he is often actually quoted by saying that insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, while you're expecting to get a different result. And I will connect it in a little bit with my way of thought. As I said, today we find ourselves in a state of what some would describe as madness or close to madness. It's a very interesting geopolitical confrontation that we see between the West and China, especially in the tech world. But of course, we are witnessing Russia's brutal war and invasion of Ukraine. So this has put us in a very different situation, a situation in which we need very new but also different solutions to solve our gas supplies, our energy problems, to ensure our raw material supplies are intact. So if we continue to think in the same ways as before, I think it will be very difficult to find new solutions. If we want to tackle our energy dependency, for example, many would just say, well, we simply need to renew our contract for gas supplies. And we never think about new innovative sources of energy, about technological possibilities for energy efficiency. It means that we are taken over by the madness in which, as Einstein said, we do the things over and over in the same way, but in the same time, we expect a different result. Obviously, that's not going to happen. So this is why I think meetings and conferences such as Spinoff Bulgaria are so important and so needed. And I congratulate you on taking that initiative. I think it's really important for the country not to fall into Einstein's definition of insanity. Or in other words, how we can make a difference through concrete actions. And I would like to put forward 3 suggestions. The first one is linked to the concept of smart specialization of Bulgarian region. It's linked to the mutual interaction and reinforcement between local authorities, between businesses and universities working together on new solutions for the digital transformation, on low carbon technology, on energy efficiency, whether it's in transport or in any sector and beyond. The second point is linked to and points Bulgaria towards the right path with national policies that could support our constructive role in the process of the future of the European Union and some of the policies that are being developed at the moment. One of them is the design and the manufacturing of microchips. Europe is creating a new plan to support its own production, its own design of microchips through the so-called law, which is called the CHIPS Act, and I'm one of the rapporteurs on that. With its experience in the field, I think Bulgaria must find its place in this new proposal. You all know in this room that the semiconductors are the fuel of the economy of the future. And this is why Europe wants to have a bigger stake in their manufacturing and in their design. It is a very lengthy and very difficult process. It's not like producing vaccines, but still, because it's a lengthy process and it requires a lot of stakeholders, I believe Bulgaria can find its spot on the map and be part of this supply chain. The second one is linked to the introduction and use of artificial intelligence. Europe is in competition with Asia and the US, of course, and we have to set global standards, not just golden standards. So in this respect, Bulgarian companies have to find the appropriate way of how to integrate artificial intelligence in their day-to-day operation. And finally, very important point is the introduction of new technologies for low carbon energy and hydrogen, as well as when it comes to electric mobility and so on and so forth. So all possibilities for new energy that do not allow political blackmail for Europe, but also are able to keep our nature clean and more sustainable. So these were these 3 proposals, part of my second point related to grasping, the new trends that the European Union brings for the future. But my last point related for Bulgaria, it focuses on creating those necessary links. And I know many of you in this room have talked about that before. Focuses on these links between high-tech business and universities for common projects, but also bringing those sort of educational programs so to say in the 21st and 22nd century, because I think a number of them perhaps do not incorporate a lot of the things you're going to be talking today about. There is also another task, and it might seem easy, but it's creating a mentality in the next generation that says nothing is impossible. Putting this can-do spirit into the next generation of achievers, of professionals, of people that are passionate about things. Because I believe innovation only comes when someone is looking for it and desperately working towards achieving that innovative process. And I think this is extremely important for a country like Bulgaria, which, with full honesty, it has to catch up in that process. But it is also, of course, important for Europe, because very often we are more on the talker side rather than on the doer side when it comes to world innovation. We might have the best researchers and the most peer-to-peer reviews, but in the same time, we are lagging behind developing those groundbreaking products that can scale up. So most of those goals can probably be achieved by a real spin-off partnership. This is why I wish you every success in your talks today. And I hope this discussion brings to light many new projects to create opportunities for growth and competitiveness. And I'll leave it up to the expert panel and my colleague Svetlana for you to kick off that discussion. And once again, apologies for not being there with you in person. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Meidel. It's quite an interesting topic you raised. Yesterday, actually, we're having starting a great discussion together with Spinoff Austria, and we are thinking to increase this initiative to become European, pan-European one, because we believe strongly that pan-European ecosystem are probably the way to increase the innovation capacity of Europe as a whole. So we will be much appreciated to support us in this matter, because we strongly starting to searching such communities across Europe. A very good point you make about the strong resources in Bulgaria when it comes to artificial intelligence, when it comes to microelectronics, and our ecosystem is quite alive. So much that they have already established project ideas. Of course, they will need European support in order, first of all, of course, to getting this awareness of what actually we have here. And of course, I hope that we will support the open dialogue with the representative of our government in order, and ecosystem, of course, in order not only to talk about the new European innovation agenda, but also new Bulgarian innovation strategy agenda, and of course, how to combine them. I'm sure probably Kaoyan also having a question, but very briefly from me, what are the upcoming most interesting initiative from the domains that you're covering when it comes to in Europe, and yeah, what we can expect till the end of the year, because gathering information before it happened is something that is quite useful for us. So if you can share some key initiative from your side that probably our ecosystem can join or support, it will be quite interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think we are in a really good contact, so we keep you posted and updated. And I wanted to thank you for the collaboration we've had around the work on the AI Act. But the artificial intelligence law that we are drafting is still not concluded. So this is one of the biggest and most important files currently in the European Parliament, and it will remain so, especially in the tech field, of course, and it will remain so for the next months and maybe even more than a year. So that would be an area where we'll have to continue collaborating and exchanging, because the text is evolving, is changing, and until we conclude it, there will be a lot of room for discussion and collaboration. And of course, if at some point we already had an expert discussion on the topic, but if it will be useful, we could have an update in November, for example, so that I could share where the work is going and where, you know, your cluster and your stakeholders could be useful. Of course, I also mentioned the CHIPS Act. This is the other file that would be concluded earlier, hopefully, but it's very important for the industry and competitiveness of the whole European Union. And if Bulgaria, and as you said, hoping to have, you know, a trusted partner in the country within the government where one could discuss this topic and craft this strategy. If Bulgaria, you know, has a national strategy of how to be part of the whole supply chain when it comes to semiconductors, I think it will be very useful. In the space of tech, there's also the Data Act on which work has initiated. I am a bit more critical on the Data Act. I believe that it probably comes with a very big delay on the table. So I'm not so sure how beneficial it could be for companies that are already established in the tech area in Europe, but I might be wrong. And in any way, the act is still being discussed. We're expecting a legislation in the telecom sector. It's more an intervention from the Commission side, I would say. So these are probably some of the four largest and most important files. But we already worked a lot on tech regulation so far. So we do not expect many more apart from one on cyber. So there's going to be the Cyber Resilience Act, which I think is very important and it has to be followed. So these are the ones that come on top of my mind at the moment.
Thank you for the insight. I don't have any more questions, but I want to add that we are currently preparing the second AI report for 2022, AI Cluster Bulgaria together with CE News. So mapping the Bulgarian AI ecosystem is information which always is useful to different levels of stakeholders. And from our side, we are connected on a European level with the European AI Forum, which is a network of national AI organizations. And here we are also supporting the communication on policy, on different industries with the European Union on a national level and with the ecosystem. So we help to translate this information also for the different stakeholders and for their specific languages. For example, for the academia language, which is maybe different than the business language. So thank you from my side and from our side, Eva. Always welcome at our events. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot and have a successful conference. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you. So our next speaker is also online. It's Thomas Hellebrand, who is a health policy lead at Digital Europe. Is Thomas online?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. And now you can also see me?
We can see you as well.
Okay. I have to apologize as well, since I cannot join you in Bulgaria. Thank you so much, Bagidarbas. I'm honored to be in the virtual presence of members of the European Parliament today, and so many of Europe's brightest innovators. As for myself, as you mentioned, I'm leading the health policy work at Digital Europe, which is a Brussels-based business association representing big and small digital companies operating in Europe. So this is worldwide, but we also, of course, have companies, especially from Europe. I want to take this opportunity to set the stage by giving you insight into some pretty big plans rolling out of the EU's policy machine.
Thomas, one second. It was some technical problem with the internet. Maybe can you just skip the last 30 seconds and repeat? We didn't hear you. Thank you.
Apologies. I hope it's not from my side. So thank you again, Благодарю вас. I'm honored to be here in the virtual presence of members of the European Parliament and so many of Europe's brightest innovators. You already introduced me, so I'm working on health policy at Digital Europe, which is a Brussels-based business association. We represent big and small digital companies operating in Europe. I want to take this opportunity to set the stage by giving you insight into some pretty big plans rolling out of Brussels, out of the EU's policy machine. MEP Meidel already mentioned the Data Act, and we agree at Digital Europe that there are ways to improve this. We published a position paper on the Data Act just yesterday, and I'll share it with you, of course. As you all know, innovation is data-driven, and Europe has lots of it, although not always digital and often locked away in silos, which makes it very difficult to use. We should not forget that without accessing and analyzing loads of data, we would not have made massive progress in addressing, for instance, cancer. Since the 1990s, cancer survival rates have increased by an impressive 20%, but this can be much more, and this is happening already today. It's happening thanks to you, thanks to innovators. Unfortunately, survival rates remain relatively low in Bulgaria compared to the rest of Europe. Now, there are opportunities, of course, to do something about that. And the European Commission wants to unlock data more generally in their data strategy. And that Data Act that was mentioned, that's part of the data strategy, but also specific data spaces. That could be finance, manufacturing, or health. And health is the first one. And we're only seeing the first data space today because only one has been proposed yet, but it will give us something to think about and what to expect also for the other data spaces. So let me briefly unpack the first data space for health for you. This ambitious plan was presented by the Commission in May of this year, so it's relatively recent, and it aims to empower individuals to control their health data, to foster a single market for digital health and services and products, ensure interoperability and security of health data and a level playing field for manufacturers, unleash the power of the health data economy, ensure a consistent and efficient framework for the reuse of health data for research, innovation, policymaking, and regulatory activities. And that also includes AI. Now, that's a very long list of objectives, and it's very, very ambitious. Member states, including Bulgaria, are right now sinking their teeth into this proposal, as well as MEPs. I'm asking you right now, is my slide visible to the audience?
Actually not. There is no presentation visible.
What presentation?
Slides.
Okay.
Now we will see it.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, because that's important to help me explain this very complex proposal for your audience. So we support the objectives and appreciate the holistic approach, but it is important to have a look at this proposal in more detail, because right now we see that there are many opportunities for innovators in the primary use of data and in the secondary use of data. In that primary use, which you can see on the slide, which has been artificially detached from the secondary use, we can see opportunities for health IT services, for instance, to be developed. And all of this is happening at the intersect of academia and industry, of course. We can see opportunities for person-facing applications to be developed. And then on the secondary use side, we can see many opportunities for the boosting of R&D, for instance, in cancer research, as I have mentioned, for AI to be developed, for personalized medication to be developed. And all of this will depend very much on how this will be implemented in the end by the European Commission. And I won't go into the details too much, but I can already tell you that there are sweeping new obligations and also rights in this proposal, whether that is for you as a patient or for you as a researcher working in a university or as a company. And of course, then there is another element to think about is when you are transferring from academia to becoming a company, whether that would allow you to bring your data with you. Because in this proposal, the concept of a data holder or somebody who is in control of that data is still something that will be debated. And that debate will determine for a large part how much potential there will be for you. And just to quickly summarize what we are thinking right now about this EHDS proposal, is that 3 things should remain central in the discussions if it would be to boost innovation. We wanted to incentivize innovation. That means that IP and trade secrets must remain sufficiently protected. The incentive for finding, processing, and analyzing data, whether that is at a big scale or a smaller scale, should be leading. It should build on what works. You're all aware of the GDPR, of course, and the GDPR has created some compliance burden. The GDPR, of course, being a success story of how you can have privacy laws across Europe that are accepted. But we must make sure that if you were to do research across several jurisdictions, that compliance is not your only burden, right? You also want to be working with that data. We want it to be aligned to international standards development. And that is also something we don't see fully reflected in this proposal. Once you create a product or a service, or you think you might have an innovative solution, you want to make sure that the standards and the compliance framework that you're working with from the beginning will also be applicable across the border, whether that is in Europe or maybe potentially even across the world. That is something that is very important. And I want to take the example of the medical devices regulation, where right now we're seeing, as it's being implemented, quite a lot of backlog and delay. And this is something we want to avoid with the European health data space, where there will also be many compliance checks. If we want to co-define a feasible roadmap. So that's the final point here, because this is also something for Spinoff, for you, for the innovators. Right now, this proposal is being discussed in Europe, and now you have an opportunity to make sure that not only are you at the table when it's being doctored out in Brussels, also when this will be enforced, that you will be at the table as innovators, whether you're in academia or in industry, that when this is being implemented, you will be with the health data access bodies that will be set up in Bulgaria, in other member states, that you can have a say on how the process will work, what it will look like, what the fee structure will look like, because it will all cost a lot of money, of course. So what we would like to see in the proposal itself is further detail on the budgeting, the timelines, for instance, for when you apply for data and when you receive that data, or when somebody else's data will be transferred to you, or when you have to transfer the data to somebody else, apologies. So we would like to see further stakeholder support in the EHDS. And this could be reflected, for instance, in the EHDS board that is going to be set up. The Data Act will not have a board, but we know that the Data Governance Act, which precedes it, which is about data that is held by public entities, that they have a board. It's a data innovation board, and the EHDS will have a board as well. Their industry, researchers, patients, they should all have a seat at the table. That should be a formal process so that we make sure everybody's voice is heard. And with that message, I want to give the word back to you, and perhaps there are some questions, and I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Thomas. I have a very brief question. A little bit later, there will be a great discussion here on site connected with the new established digital innovation hubs in Bulgaria. So I know that they are part of the process, of course, and quite connected with your activity and, of course, the Data Health Data Act. Can you please share with us what will be involvement of digital innovation hubs and how the network actually will support the health policies and adoption of the models that you already mentioned? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. And actually, it's a very good question. So to answer that, we'd have to look at the actual text of that proposal. And when you read through the proposal, you can already conclude that this is a very broad framework. which is understandable because this is ambitious. And in that very broad framework of the European Health Data Space proposal, there are not very clear guidelines on how these health the innovation hubs, for instance, and also other frameworks will in practice be integrated. That means that there is an opportunity for the innovation hubs to make sure that they are integrated. And there are several fora where they can do so. So for instance, in the joint action towards the European health data space, which is a joint action of the Commission and several member states, there are fora where you can provide your input. And in these fora, much of the practical implementation will be decided. So please do look it up.
Thank you. And something probably to share as a good know-how coming from us, actually. And I hope that in your face we'll meet a good supporter. But next to one of the digital innovation hub that I mentioned, our new established in Bulgaria, we included during the process of founding in a corridor with 13 more digital innovation hubs dedicated, of course, on a digital health. And our great ambition is actually when we have a company, new established company, for example, telemedicine solution, to have test and validate market in 13 countries. Do you think that this is the future, and probably is there somehow how Digital Europe can support such a process? Because we, as I mentioned before, strongly believe that pan-European ecosystem and this connection in synergy between us as an ecosystem and of course with your support could bring a lot of innovations and of course supporting a lot of company creation. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. And it's a very good question because it's also one of the objectives of this proposal. I have to mention here that the European Commission is, of course, proposing what is in practice or in principle data legislation. And one part of that proposal is about a product legislation. So that is, and if you want to look it up, it's chapter 3. Then we're looking at electronic health record systems. But beyond that, this is not a proposal that is really made to make sure that your product is also accepted in another country. And that is because, in principle, the EU doesn't really have a prerogative about health policy. So whether another country will accept your health product as it is also, or service, as it is also accepted in another country, it's not really up to the EU. However, in the EHDS, and you mentioned the example of telemedicine, which is a very important example, because this has already proven its worth during the COVID pandemic, and we really need this, especially across borders or jurisdictions, because in some member states we have several different jurisdictions. There is a provision, and that provision in Article 8 says that there should be mutual acceptance of telemedicine across borders in the EU. However, that is a one-sentence provision. So if we want to see more there, I advise you to have a further discussion and to provide input.
I'm sure this is only the first big meeting between us in this case. Thank you. It was lovely to having you on board, and I hope very soon to have opportunity to see, of course, on person and to continue with good collaboration. Thank you for being here with us. And now it is pleasure for me to introduce you to Svetlina Penkova, who is the member of the European Parliament, joining with us today, for which I really thank you, and I'm eager to understand more about what is coming next when it comes to European policies and how Europe planning to support the creation of a more spin-off companies and development of the deep tech. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Christina. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to Christine Koyan for organizing and having me here. It's a great pleasure to be in the room with such an engaged audience of representatives from the academia, from the startups, spin-offs, industry, and of course the regulators, which were not the most favorite ones, but we have to be engaged in that conversation in order to to create and to help you create the proper ecosystem. I would just start with congratulating the organizers actually for having this event and involving all the stakeholders around this discussion, because this is crucial to have the spin from all the different aspects, because otherwise would not be able to create something which is sustainable and has like future impact. And of course, I cannot overcome the political turbulence in our country, and I have to admit it's much more pleasant to be in a room like this at the kickoff of the numerous political campaign in our country, when we're speaking actually in terms of setting the conditions for building a proper future and a path forward. Speaking after Eva and Thomas is difficult because they've actually set up the bar quite high in terms of discussing really some of the main policies that we're going to be working on at the European Parliament, and also setting up some of the challenges we're going to be facing. So I'll try to build my introduction in two main parts, answering two key questions. The first one is why, and the second one is what. I'm pretty sure for the why part, we're all going to have many different answers, but I will just try to spin it through the common European perspective. And like, why events like this? When we speak about the ecosystem for spin-offs and startups and the innovative business in Europe are crucial for our economy. So basically all the players I've just listed, they're essential for Europe to achieve the green and the digital ambitions we had set up in the next 10-year agenda, which are the core of all the policies, all the files, everything we're working at the institutions, like being the European Commission or the European Parliament. They're a spin-off under one of those two buckets, or actually combining them, the Green Deal and the digital transformation. You imagine that this is all related to innovations, and innovations are always driven by startups, spin-offs, and like the small and medium enterprises, when they find the right conditions and when they manage to find the right resources and the right support. The innovative business is the main and the key driving force for Europe to be among the leaders of innovation and technological development. Eva had rightfully mentioned that our main competitors on that field would be Asia and the US. When we're speaking about that, we have to be very pragmatic to realize that we need to be working on common and pan-European projects, because we have no other chance to compete with those economies if you're not working together as a union. Europe currently is in a crossroad of many challenges, the geopolitical, the digital, the economic futures. We have many questions ahead of us, many challenges, but we need the right ecosystem in order to be finding the solutions as well. The ecosystem that creates opportunities, growth opportunities that help us tackle the current multi-layered crisis actually, and to help us handle any upcoming crisis in the future. So here was the framework of why it is important to be speaking about those things. I guess the more important and the more interesting part is going to be what can we do? And here I'm gonna focus on like 4 main priorities, which I believe, and I think having listened to Thomas and Eva before me, they're also more or less focusing on those priorities one way or the other. The first one is to be able to clearly identify the obstacles and the challenges for such an ecosystem to flourish. Without knowing the problems and without speaking with the people who have tried and failed for certain reasons, to be honest, I'm a supporter of discussing the failures as well, because that's the only way we learn. So if we don't identify the obstacles and the challenges we have in Europe, we would not be able to compete with the US, because we have to accept it. It's a quite different system there, and they had proven currently that for some reason they're more successful in that, and we need to catch up and overtake them, hopefully at some point. That would be the first one. The second, of course, the crucial one is access to resources. And when I say resources, I mean both financial and talent resources. And here we should also be looking at the union level of access to resources. Like exchange of talent should not only be wishful thinking. We should actually proactively be doing that. And I was listening to some of the examples Christina gave actually with the collaborations with other member states that have already achieved certain steps. And this is the way to go. We don't need to be discovering things that are already established, and we could start from actually the next level and develop it from that point on. That's one of the purposes of the single market. Access to resources, multi-stakeholder involvement, like is the one we're having here. And of course, you need to have the public and private collaboration. This is crucial in order to be able to build something together. Third, very important aspect is promoting also the collaboration between the academia, the business, and the regulators together at the same time. Because at the moment, if they're functioning separately, we would not know how to build even the proper regulations that could fit all of them in order to be able to produce something in the future. And finally, it's not only the exchange of talent across the EU, it's not only like such great initiatives which are promoting pan-European projects, but we also need a coherent common approach that supports the sector here. Just going to emphasize 2 points on the common European approach and like some of the practices we need to be, not only practices, but also policies and regulations we need to be focusing on. The first one is the Data Act that has already been mentioned by both Eva and Thomas. Imagine that as a file. Yes, Eva mentioned it's probably being unreasonably delayed, but it's better to have it later rather than never. Imagine that as a regulation that's going to put the proper economic value on data, on raw data, which is going to allow research, academia, and industries to share data, which would help them again start from the next levels of development. This is a very, very complicated file because when we speak about sharing data, I'm sure there are many questions looking at the audience that are coming up, like how do you share it? How do you regulate it? What about private data? Yes, we are discussing all those main aspects, but this is probably one of the first times when we're looking at industry data as a proper asset. So it is going to be challenging, but we are. I'm working on that file from the European Parliament as well, and we're going to be speaking quite actively with the industry as well to understand what's the best shape and form that it could be useful for them. And the second regulation here, which is going to be crucially important, I'm sure, and quite interesting for the audience here, is the unilateral patent for the EU. I'm not sure, probably most of you actually are familiar that currently we don't have a common EU patent. And this is quite a bizarre question if you think about that, because we're speaking about single market and promoting innovation, and then you have an innovator from Bulgaria, and if they want to patent their innovation, they have to do it in each one of the member states to guarantee the proper protection. And this is absolutely not acceptable. So last conversation we had with the European Patent Office, they ensured that this should be up and running and finalized by the end of this year. I'm just mentioning because I think it's of great importance for the audience and for the future conversation and for the forthcoming panels we're going to be having here. And last, if you allow me, I'm just gonna share something which in the what part, like what could we do as a member of the European Parliament, as representing Bulgarian, having seen some of the great achievements we have here. We got inspired, me and my team, to initiate a startup legislative framework, like a common startup legislative framework in the European Parliament. We've announced that initiative at a conference in June in Sofia this year. So so far the startups and the spin-offs, they're finding their places in all the European policies, like just being added to the paragraphs and the text for small and medium enterprises. And we all understand here that that's not the right approach. So that's why we've decided to initiate that legal framework, which is going to be focused on startups, where I would say the three main focuses are going to be financial incentives to fund those projects, proper definitions of what a startup is, because at the moment it is a bit lacking. And third, collaboration among startups, academia, big industry, because big industry is also important for the development, especially for spin-offs. I don't have to even to say that, but also for startups and of course the regulators. So I just highlighted probably a bit too high level, not too many details, few main aspects, but my main message from my speech, I wanted to remain focused on innovation and growth, because there has never been better time to grow or deploy innovative business in Europe, because now is the time Europe can gain its competitiveness and actually become one of the main players in the field. The current crisis, I mean, we're going to see and feel the effects of this for the many of the forthcoming years, and we still have a long way to go on the recovery. But if we're not ambitious, we would not be able to create Europe that is smarter, more prosperous, and more sustainable. And I'm sure that events, conversations, and even challenging questions like we're going to see and hear today are the only way forward to us. Because yes, we might not be able to answer all of them, but at least they have to be on the table. Thanks again for having me here, and I'm looking forward to the fruitful discussions we're going to be having during the day today.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pankova. Quite interesting. Actually, we have quite passion about all three topics that you mentioned. Of course, to hear that finally we'll have some line, what is exactly spin-off, not to explain what is feel like, because it's not enough, I believe, in nowadays. For sure, inside the spin-offs will be quite easier to be defined, and we'll support this process. When it comes to a patent, yesterday we have a great discussion with the Bulgarian director of the Patent Bureau, also experts from Austria, from Imperial College. And yes, for sure, one of the key topic was the common patent law, how to make Bulgarian regulation better and supportive, because right now we see the model coming from UK for 3 months. From idea to patent, everything is ready. In Bulgaria, 1 year. And of course, those translational issues, we will work quite proactively and create several working group and what is needed. So I count on you also to be part of it. In our next panel, we'll discuss the European project and what is the need Bulgarian ecosystem and organization to increase the result next to Horizon. From your observation, being in the heart of European Commission, why Bulgaria having not so good result when it comes to horizon, to innovation? Why awareness about our scientists and our academia is probably not so great? What do you think? What are the obstacles? Because you mentioned it's good to talk about them, to understand how to resolve them.
So yes, actually this question has been raised in several of our committees in terms of like, you know, those especially funding programs when it comes, because this is crucial. I really don't like to be speaking about financing when it comes to EU policies, but it is important, like especially when we're developing something new. So that question had been raised on many occasions. Why there is a clause of few countries that are getting most of the financing, especially when it comes to projects like that, programs, excuse me, like that. And it's not very, I mean, the principle of solidarity doesn't seem to be applying there. So there is a very strong awareness that some countries need to be motivated and engaged more in those programs. My genuine answer to your question would be probably there is a lack of information in terms of like what are the right programs and the right steps to be applying for some of the funding, which is a matter that we have to tackle also at national level, but also the European level. Speaking from the European level, because we had encountered that problem. And the decision that has been taken is that we need to provide more experts from there for the member states that are lagging behind using the resources of those programs, so they can come and provide and support how you apply for them, what are the main criteria, and like how to be successful, because it is, to be honest, it's quite burdensome administrative process. That's one of the measures we have taken. And the second one is for, especially when it comes to innovations, like Horizon is the program that's from the predecessing programming period, but it continues, of course, now. For some of the new ones, which we are creating now, we're trying to make the administration less burdensome, which means that actually small companies, spin-off startups that don't have the resources to get all the advisory in terms of like the application processes, which are quite complicated, they can actually get access to those programs as well. So the administrative requirements should be eased out for those programs.
Thank you. Yes, I think that this is the direction. And also, if I can mention something that we discover, that most of the country, probably only Bulgaria, doesn't have its own representative office for innovation in Brussels. So it's quite hard for us sometimes to share what the resources and what we have. So far, we will count on you and people like you, of course, to support us, to share with the commissions what we have exactly, because we have a lot.
You have a commissioner as well.
Yeah, also, of course, the synergy is quite important. Thank you. I will ask you to stand on the scene with us, because I'm sure that the next part of the panel connected with the European project will be quite interesting also, and probably your observation, overview or question will be quite helpful next to the discussion in order how to increase the Bulgarian result when it comes to access to a European funds, and of course how to increase our awareness and good name when it comes to a science in European Union. So right now we're starting the second part with Ms. Albena Kuyumjieva from European Innovation Council. Hi, Albena, are you
Hi,
here
good morning.
with us?
Yes.
Good morning.
Can I share my screen with you?
Colleague, can Albena share her screen? The presentation, not we to remote. Just a second.
That's great.
How are you? Thank you being with us.
I'm really sorry not being able to join in Burgas, but hopefully soon.
Sure.
Okay, that's perfect.
Okay, I think you can share right now.
Yeah. So can you hear and see the screen?
Not yet. The colleagues from the technical team. Can you please show the picture?
If it is a problem, I can speak without, of course, but
okay, we see some screen, so but it's not the presentation. Can you please try to share to see? Yes, we can see. You can continue. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So I see that we are a little bit behind the schedule, and now I want to
Albena, I'm sorry, I need to stop you again. Something happened with the screen. Colleague from the technical team, can you please? Because we saw the presentation, but
Actually, we also have the presentation here, right? We also have the presentation. We can.
If it is easier to share, can you please?
Whatever is.
Yeah, probably during the sharing transfer, somehow the picture is become different. Okay, we will share the presentation. Yeah.
Since we are going to talk about deep tech innovation, we have troubles of showing a presentation. So I want to take you on a speed dating with the European Innovation Council. That is an entity that the European Union never had before. And this is the new, as we are dubbed, the new unicorn factory for European deep tech startups. With a budget of over 10 billion for the next framework program and an average budget of, next slide please, of an average budget of 1.5 billion per year, we aim to support European researchers, European spin-offs, European startups who have incredible ideas on how to change the world by using deep tech innovation for that purpose. So we are becoming the biggest European public funder. And we managed to attract so far from the period of our pilot phase, 2018 to 2020, and the fully fledged operation since last year, we have managed to attract €3 for every €1 that we have invested in any startup that we have funded. So by doing this, we are trying to crowd in additional investors and help the startups in Europe scale up and become a global players on the global market. We have three main instruments, and what is unique about the European Innovation Council is that we finance research from the very research idea, which is our Pathfinder program with technological readiness level 1 to 4. There we fund deep tech, high risk research that aims to explore uncharted territories of research and find answers that have never been asked before or never been found answers before. So there we found consortia of at least 3 participants, and in most of the cases we have very many research organizations that are combining their sources and they're combining their strengths, but we also have many SMEs that also join these consortiums and help the researchers understand better the needs of the market and the way product can go to the market. So Pathfinder is for a very early stage, as I said, on breakthrough technologies. And there we provide 100% of grant that is usually between 3 to 4 million euros. To take the innovation from a great research idea at a very low tier level to the next stage, we have a second program that is called EIC Transition, which is focused exactly on making this leap of bridging the so-called valley of death, where many research results don't find the strength or don't find the funding to actually move towards business and market readiness, having a business plan, starting to slowly be ready for the market. This is what EIC Transition does, And there we fund mostly projects that come from EIC Pathfinder. So we have the continuity in this regard, but also we fund now ERC projects that are proof of concept that have been already developed and then needs to be developed further. In transition, we look at consortia, but we also can fund single entities that want to develop their ideas further. And our third instrument and our flagship is the EIC Accelerator that is targeted explicitly at startups, at SMEs, at deep tech innovators that want to bring their services and their products to the market. So here we are talking of tier level 6 to 9, and the funding goes individually for SMEs. And for the first time in the history of the European Union, the EU is not only providing grants, but we are also providing equity in the so-called blended finance, where the blended finance can go up to 17.5 million per company, where the grant portfolio is up to 2.5 million that is used to develop the product further from tier L6 to up. And then the other 15 million, up to 15 million, are used for the company to scale up. So EIC is a patient investor that wants to help the company grow and ensure that there's other investors, the market uptake for the product and service before we exit. The focus of the EIC is breakthrough, market creating innovations that either aim to disturb the current market or to create new market at European and global scale. What we fund, what kind of idea? We fund any type of idea. Mainly our funding is bottom up. So any company or any researcher with idea in any field domain of research or deep tech innovation can come and request funding from us. And then if we go to the next slide, just to illustrate the different fields that we are funding, we fund, next slide please. We fund different variety. We have been talking a lot of AI. We have a lot of projects and companies that are developing AI products. And one of my favorite example is a recently funded company that aims to develop a fully artificial heart for those in need. But we also fund drones. We fund better transportation in space. We fund new developments of using green hydrogen for better ecological transport. So any field is possible, and our portfolio is mainly divided in three areas that can be divided into digital, health, and environment. And here on this graph, you see from our latest impact report the different areas, and also you can see the areas where we have already more advanced research. We have more advanced projects like AI, big cloud, big data, or areas where we are still at the early stage of development of finding research questions, which will be photonics, for example, or quantum. And then what is the role of the SMEs in the early stage research? We have more than around 70% of SMEs that are participating in our EIC Pathfinder project, the lower level of research, which brings to these SMEs the cutting edge knowledge of research, and also helps them accumulate more revenue to grow faster in terms of economic growth, and also create new jobs. And if we look at our statistics, we see that around 12% of all the projects that were funded under this early stage EIC Pathfinder are then leading to the creation of the spin-off company, which is quite high number compared to the average. And next slide, please. If we want to see where Bulgaria is now in terms of application and success rate program, we see that with the EIC Pathfinder, we don't have, unfortunately, a Bulgarian consortium member who is in the lead. We have different Bulgarian companies and Bulgarian research organizations that are part of EIC Pathfinder Consortium, but out of 12 applications only for the period 2018-2021, we didn't have a successful applicant. So I would therefore urge really Bulgarian research organizations to be more brave, to find the proper consortium and apply, because this is where they can research and they can find the answers to questions nobody have asked before. If we look at the EIC accelerator, Bulgaria is doing pretty well at the average of the widening, the so-called widening countries. We had 17 successful companies in the period 2018-2020, which got funding of over 21 million. And now, only since the fully fledged operations of the European Innovation Council, we already have three successful startups that got two got blended finance, equity plus grants, and one got grant only. And they are in different fields. As you see on the slide, we're talking about biodegradables. We are talking about drone airline cargo company, and we are talking about AI platform to optimize logistics. So everything is possible as soon as you apply. And something that the previous speaker also mentioned, we have already simplified the process. For the EIC accelerator, the first step of application is the submission of a short video, a slide deck, and a short summary of 5 pages. And this is the only thing that is needed by the innovators to test their idea, if their idea is potentially eligible for funding. And after 4 weeks only, they get the reply. And the reply is yes or no. And the minute they get the yes, and the chances that they get yes is almost 50% from all applications, then they can use the services of EIC coaches and mentors and help them for free and help them develop further their full applications. So you don't need the intermediaries. It's a process where the innovator has to describe and pitch his own idea the same way they pitch to any other investor that they are going to seek on the market. And next slide, please. I want to finish with the overview of the calls that are still open by the end of this year. For the EIC accelerator, for the short applications that I just mentioned, you can apply at any time, all around the year. There is no deadline, so please feel free to apply and test your ideas. In order to test the innovation potential of your idea, our application platform is AI-based, and it has an AI diagnostic tool, which actually, by filling in the idea, tells to the applicant, based, of course, on the analysis done through scientific articles, internet sources, and etc., if this potential idea, if this is an idea that potentially will be interesting and is innovative enough, high risk enough for EIC, or it will suggest a different European funding program if this is not the case. So I urge you to, for those who still have an idea that they haven't tested, please apply, at least try the AI tool and see how innovative and deep tech your idea is. And for research organizations, we still have 2 deadlines. One deadline that is approaching on the 19th of October, and there we have specific challenges on very interesting topic as DNA-based digital data storage. We talked a lot about data. We have quantum, we have carbon dioxide and nitrogen management, and we have different energy storage calls. For anything else, we are currently in the process of drafting our new work program that will be adopted by the end of this year. So please stay tuned and check the EIC webpage. And of course, we are always ready to to come, to support, to explain, and provide as much information as needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Albena, for the great insight. Actually, yesterday there was a discussion among the networking why Bulgaria usually in most of the programs applying as a part of the consortium, but not the leading in a consortium. And it's happened that sometimes it's even connected with the regulatory. For example, we don't have national ethical frame from for translational medicine, which discount us from this to being leading consortium, and of course many more problems we actually find. But I know that you are a person with a very direct contact. You are quite supportive and providing a great consultancy. So everybody, the program is huge. There is a lot of opportunities for us. The result are not so good, not only for Bulgaria, but all the Balkans, let's say, all the Eastern Europe. So depends on us to be more proactive, to make more awareness of it. Something very, very briefly, I want to ask you to add also, because a little bit later we will have a very inspirational panel for female entrepreneurship. And I know that EIC, you having focus also to support the young female girls. So can you please share very briefly about the program, because Girls Go Circular, because I'm a quite big fan. I'm sure that will inspire more and more girls also to join the program.
We have, for inspiring EU innovators, we have a special program which is called Women Tech EU. And I'm not sure, but I think it's still open. The code, these are small grants that enable female innovators to further develop their ideas or to develop their business plans. It's extremely easy and interesting way that can help women innovators go deeper into the European funding programs and take the opportunities that are offered by there. But we don't stop there. We have a specific targets for female innovators, and given all the criteria of excellence are equal for everybody, then we look at how to support and how to invite more female-based entities for European funding. And for the latest stage, for example, when we talk about EIC Accelerator, we see that we slowly but steadily, not enough yet, but slowly but steadily, we are getting more women innovators, because this is one of our specific criteria to give priority to companies that have women on the leading positions. And we are talking about leading positions. We are not talking women in the consortium as such, but really the coordinators, the CTOs, the financial officers, the one who can make a difference in the company. So this is the other strain that we are talking. And of course, we have annual awards of women innovators and young women innovators. That is also something that we try to promote by doing this entrepreneurial skill in women. And our EIC board of advisors is extremely interested and involved in this topic, and constantly sets our targets higher and higher, so that apart from excellence, we achieve well balance between men and women in the tech world and in the deep tech innovation.
Thank you, Albena. Actually, next to Bulgaria Innovation Forum on 26th of September in Sofia Tech Park, by the leading of Euro Commissioner Maria Gabriel, together with EIC, EIT, of course, Albena, I hope joining also. We can invite you all, of course, to joining on a very interesting conference, exactly to share more about the stakeholders, about the new European innovation agenda, what are the perspectives, what are the real opportunities, and how to get advantage on them. So, Ben, thank you very much. It was always a pleasure to meet you, and I hope very soon to make probably a very strong workshop focusing workshop in order to promote the program, because it's providing a great opportunities. Thank you again. Our next participant is Umer Kaja from Ministry of Education and Science, who is leading the national point of contact here in Bulgaria. So, hi Umer, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Great. Just a second, the technical team to load the videos. Okay, we can see you also.
Can you also load my my slides?
Yes, they will upload the slides. How are you? I hope next time see you in person. I know that you're in Brussels. So
yeah, hopefully, yeah. Burgas is one of my favorite cities, but for now, yeah, I'll be in Brussels and enjoy the Brussels weather. But still, yeah.
Just a second. Yeah, we see your presentation. You can start.
Okay. So my name is Umer Kujamer. I'm a chief expert at Science Directorate at the Ministry of Education and Science, and I also work at the permanent representation of Bulgaria to the EU in Brussels. Next slide, please.
Just a second. Okay.
Yeah, and today I will present you the Horizon Europe Framework Program very briefly. With a budget of over 95 billion euros for the 2021-2027 period. It is very similar to the previous Horizon 2020 Framework Program. Horizon Europe also aims to support the creation and diffusion of excellent knowledge and technologies, boost the EU competitiveness, economic growth, and create jobs, strengthen the impact of research innovation on other EU policies, as well as to contribute to the climate goals of the European Union. And as the European Commission likes to say, it's more of an evolution, it's not a revolution. So the overall design of the program and the available instruments are very, very similar to Horizon 2020. For example, the ERC under Pillar 1 continues to fund excellent research. And it could be also interesting for the audience that ERC can also provide additional support for exploring potential innovations under an existing ERC project. Unfortunately, though, as have been mentioned, Bulgaria has very low participation in several instruments under the Horizon Europe, and ERC is one of them. The Pillar 2 continues to be for collaborative projects. We can see the 6 clusters here. And the Pillar 3 has the new EIC. It also supports linking and developing European innovation ecosystems. And of course, the EIT, the European Institute for Innovation and Technology, also continues to be supported. On the right side, you would see the Euratom program. It's a separate program complementary to Horizon Europe, and it funds many projects for nuclear fusion and fission, but it can also support non-power applications, such as in the field of health. The main novelties of Horizon Europe are the EU missions and the European partnerships, which are funded under the 2nd pillar. Next slide, please. So what are the missions? Each mission is a portfolio of actions with an ambitious and measurable goal, which would also include non-R&I activities, which would be funded through other relevant European programs. Fundamental research will continue to be funded under EU missions, but also projects with high innovation potential would also be supported, most probably including through the EIC. These are the 5 missions currently implemented through Horizon Europe. And I would say that it's a new approach. It's a challenging approach. It's a very new thing for the European Commission. And actually very few European member states have any experience with this approach, because very few member states have had such missions on national level. It will be challenging as it requires very hard portfolio management, but I hope that Bulgaria will start to participate successfully. Just an example on the climate neutral and smart cities mission. 8 Bulgarian cities have showed interest to participate in this mission. Of these 8 Bulgarian cities, 2 were approved. These are Sofia and Gabrovo, and they have been invited to develop their climate city contracts, which would include an overall plan for climate neutrality across all sectors, such as energy, waste management, transport, etc. And they would also receive technical and other assistance through the so-called missions platform. So Bulgaria have more or less started to participate in these missions. Next slide, please. Yeah, and the other novelty the other novelty under Horizon Europe are the European partnerships, which are not new per se, but the European partnerships under Horizon 2020 have been reassessed and restructured, I might say. And we are actually planning, the Bulgarian government is planning different kinds of support for the different kinds of partnerships, because we have had relatively low participation during the previous periods in the European partnerships. We try to provide all the support that we can, but we cannot fund everything because of the state aid rules. But nevertheless, we try to increase our participation here, because under the European partnerships, it's a very close collaboration with the industry, and the research is usually within the higher TRLs. The European Institute of Innovation Technology is also practically a European partnership. And as you may know, it supports the development of partnerships among companies, research, and higher education in Europe in various fields, as you can see here on the right in yellow, orange. But it can also support cities and NGOs, for example, with a wide range of activities such as technical and entrepreneurial skills courses, business creation, acceleration services, etc. And from now there's a new EIT support for the cultural and creative industries also. This is new. So Bulgaria participates in almost all of the joint undertakings, which are in darkish blue here on the slide on the top, in almost all of them. And Bulgaria also plans to participate in many of the co-funded partnerships also. Here's also the Eurostars. It's the Eurostars 3, now called Innovative SMEs, here on the right side. Bulgaria will continue, and actually I think Bulgaria will start supporting SMEs to participate in this partnership. And one last thing, the key digital technologies here under cluster 4 will soon become a CHIPS joint undertaking. We are still negotiating this, but I hope that early next year it could be transformed to CHIPS JU and start supporting also research innovation in chips. Next slide, please. Yeah, and just to show it that such a thing exists, the Horizon Europe results platform has been developed by the European Commission and consists of exploitable results from a 7th framework program, from Horizon 2020, Horizon Europe, and other European programs. and it can help policymakers, investors, and entrepreneurs and others to establish direct contact with the owners of results from European projects. Next slide, please. And very briefly to present just to mention actually the new European Innovation Agenda, which was published by the Commission just before the summer break. It's not a funding program per se, but it's more of a list of actions which are more or less focused on developing deep tech in Europe. And it has actions such as expanding the European scale-up action for risk capital mechanism under InvestEU in 2023, establishing and developing facilities for testing AI innovation, establishing and connecting deep tech innovation valleys throughout the European Union, under which action up to 100 regions, I think, would be supported in implementing inter-regional innovation projects. It would also establish a one-stop shop for innovation ecosystems. It would train experts in future-oriented fields under the Digital Europe program, and etc. So it's a very ambitious, but still not a funding program per se, but it would it would affect other funding programs. So I think it's quite ambitious. And next slide, please. And just to mention this, the Commission proposal for guiding principles for knowledge valorization. This has been published just a few weeks ago, in mid-August, I think. And we haven't started negotiating this, but the European Commission wants to replace its own recommendation on the management of intellectual property. But the last recommendation of the Commission is from 2008, so it's a long time due. This is also it's a recommendation, but still the member states should apply it wherever and whenever they can. This initiative wants to establish, for example, some mobility schemes between academia, industry, and the public sector. It requires well-defined policies and practices for intellectual asset management, and it wants to promote and support national and transnational peer learning processes and practices. And next and last slide.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for the good overview in a horizon. I hope that very soon to see you again. And of course, when it comes to European Innovation Agenda, again on 26th of September, I count to see you on Maria Gabriel conference, because I'm sure that she will provide us a deeper insight how exactly those very good wishes to become unreal. So thank you again. And now running and going to Daniela Chonkova, who is the EEN Bulgaria Coordinator, Program Manager at Applied Research and Communication Fund. So hi, Daniela. I know that you're having very interesting information to sharing coming from the experience. Directly to speak, yeah.
Thank you, Christina. Can I have just the slide on there? Thank you. Well, it's quite a challenge after all these interesting speeches to keep your attention. It's been quite some time. We're behind the agenda. I will try to be brief and to keep you still awake. With the Enterprise Europe Network, what I want to present is a key. Okay, it's a key tool of the Commission to provide various types of support to the SMEs. It is a network set up by the Commission many years ago in 2008, and it is the largest network that supports SMEs. What kind of support? There are 5 key areas that the Commission is focusing on in this programming period, and this is sustainability, resilience related to combating all these crises that have struck over the business over the past couple of years, and we're still in this very heavy, very dynamic situation, global situation. We also have the internationalization as a focus of the network, meaning to set up partnerships between businesses from the European Union and businesses with third countries. Innovation, of course, as a key driver of competitiveness, and digitalization, which is becoming more and more demanded in order to be resilient and competitive nowadays. How the network supports. I will start with giving you examples and then telling you a bit more about the different instruments that we have. 2 types of advisory support, 2 big sections of support. One is advisory support, the other one is partnering support. To give an example about this advisory support and how it works, for instance, a Bulgarian SME approached the network for advice how to build capacity and to be able to participate in public procurement in Germany, public procurement projects in Germany. And the network provided some internal capacity building, some training, and customized advice on how to tackle the procedures there, how to be competitive, how to be able to apply there. And in the end, the SME got certified and continued there with service contracts and bidding in public procurement procedures. What is important to know for any enterprise that is interested in the services of the network is that we provide customized services. So we first try to understand what is the need of the particular SME, and then to see how we can support the SME in its search of expanding its business across the beyond the Bulgarian borders, or searching for partners. What is also important to know is that the network, it is a facilitator of the business to grow. We are not experts in all the fields possible. The network provides support to any sector, so we don't have sectoral limitations, but we are trying, like brokers, to help the supply side and the demand side to meet. So another example for a partnering service that led to a successful outcome is, for instance, a Bulgarian SME that approached the network looking for kitchen equipment that they produce kitchen equipment that needed coating to enhance the lifetime and the quality of the products. And the network searched across all the other centers across Europe for someone who could provide this service and this technology to the Bulgarian SME. And there was an SME that provided this kind of coating, but for satellites, for different application, from Finland. And when they were put together in contact, the Bulgarian SME and the Finnish one, a technology transfer was made so that the Finnish technology could be customized and modified to the needs of the application in the Bulgarian enterprise. The partnerships, they may happen in different ways. One way is to that we support the participation of Bulgarian SMEs in pan-European or in global matching events, business to business, cluster to cluster. Also, we provide individual partnering matching services depending on what the SME is looking. There is a big There is a big database where we post offers and requests, be it technology offers or requests, or business offers or requests, or research offers or requests for doing research and innovation projects together. And this database, with the help of the EN centers, is actually a very good way to match the searches and to enhance the partnerships. Besides, this is an updated a map of the network. As you can see, it spans across all continents except for Australia. As I mentioned, the largest one, and it provides really a very good outreach to the Bulgarian clients of the network, to any of the areas where the network is working, is operational, to search for support or to enter the new markets there. The Bulgarian network is hosted by 12 organizations scattered across the whole country. It is composed of business clusters, innovation clusters that we have in the network, the Digital Innovation Hub, Burgas, a couple of chambers of commerce, the Sofia Tech Park, the Regional Innovation Center in Gabrovo, and it is coordinated by the organization I work with, the Applied Research and Communications Fund, and its consultancy arm called ARC Consulting. So any SME could approach the network, be it contacting the regional node that is in proximity to the SME, or contacting any of the partners in the network, depending on their profile and the topic. Oh, sorry. How do I get back one slide? Yes. The Horizon Europe was already introduced by the speaker before from the Ministry of Education and Science. I would just like to highlight a few messages for SMEs to take account of, because when talking about Horizon Europe, SMEs are often, imagining that it's big money out there, that is easy to get and so on. And this misleading understanding or misunderstanding, I would say, of the Horizon Europe program may sometimes be disappointing for the enterprises. So the network is one of the key instruments where the key institutions where the SME could go and try to find the right steps when looking for funding. It was already mentioned by Svetlana, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that what is one of the reasons why we're not successful when applying into the framework programs is that we don't find the right steps, and it's very important. So it's a big program. It is the framework program for research and innovation. For the current period, it's called Horizon Europe, with this budget of nearly 100 billion euros. It translates the European industrial strategy, the new one for the current programming period, into particular support measures that may lead to results with the SMEs. And it is very important for the SME, before starting to look for Horizon Europe funding opportunities, to get familiar with the respective ecosystem, industrial ecosystem that the company works in. The current industrial strategy is structured into it sets out 14 industrial ecosystems that have their own sort of roadmaps to achieve the ultimate results that are sought. So if a company works in the green energy field, it should necessarily get familiar with the ecosystem devoted to green energy, for instance, before starting to browse the Horizon Europe program, which is a big ocean of plenty of instruments that normally the SMEs are not, they do not have the time, they do not have the resources to get familiar with all of them in detail, and then to identify which one is the most appropriate one. For the Horizon Europe, the most interesting parts for SMEs are the Pillar 2 and Pillar 3 with the EIC, the European Innovation Council therein. It was already mentioned by Albena from the European Innovation Council team that over the past couple of years, we have 3 successful Bulgarian SMEs in the accelerator, in the EIC accelerator program. And we're happy to share with you that all 3 are actually clients of the Enterprise Europe Network and have been in one way or another guided throughout the process to be successful in the end. Also, one should be aware that we, the network, do not write proposals. We are not playing the role of consultancy companies that write the overall proposal of the company. Normally, the most successful approach is that the company develops its own proposal with its own sources, supported by the Enterprise Europe Network or by other similar tools or networks, like, for instance, the digital innovation hubs, if it comes to digitalization, because the company is the one that has the highest expertise in its own field. As I mentioned, we are just facilitators. We're not experts in all possible economic sectors, but at the same time, it combines their professional expertise with our expertise related to European projects, how to develop them, where to set the focus, what specifics need to be taken into account. And in this way, it may happen that the company reaches success. Of course, it is we have in Bulgaria low success rates because of this wrong message that I started with in the beginning, that it's big money out there and it's, everyone who applies can just get a contract. And quite often consultancy companies on the market, they fish for such SMEs because it is paid and it costs quite some money to develop a proposal for Horizon Europe, even though it is clear from the very beginning that a particular project idea would not be suitable for Horizon Europe. It may be suitable, more appropriate for an operational program here for competitiveness innovation, or for the National Innovation Fund, or for just another program. In the EIC presentation, the technology readiness levels were mentioned. I just want to draw your attention that these are different levels that are also indicated in other schemes under the Horizon Europe, where SMEs can participate. It's not only the EIC, and it is important for the SME to check out this scale and see whether they fit or not for a particular call and a particular partnership that is sought.
Only some conclusion.
Yes, I'm just wrapping up. There is this very popular slide for the Horizon Europe that is in synergy with many other financial instruments. For the Bulgarian case, I would just like to emphasize that via the Enterprise Europe network, you can get oriented whether your project idea is to be financed by the Horizon Europe, by the operational programs, by some Interreg programs for interregional cooperation, by the National Innovation Fund, or by Innovation Norway, the bilateral program between Innovation Norway and Bulgaria. And one last important message. The SME should always have in mind the timeline of a program that it applies for, because in the business, things are quite dynamic, especially when it comes to innovation, and things are changing very fast. And sometimes the SME may get disappointed that it wants everything to happen fast and has not taken into account the timeline between the opening of the call, the deadline, the submission of the proposal, the time for the evaluation, which is about 5 months. Then you have the grant preparation, another couple of months, 2 or 3 months, and then you get contracted. And only then, after 8 months, if successful, you start the implementation of the project. Thank you for the attention, and feel free to contact the Enterprise Europe Network via the website on any issues you might have for international business, and we will provide some guidance to you where to seek for success.
Thank you, Daniela. A little bit later, we'll see you also in other roles. So pleasure to see you again. And at the end, of course, I want to give a word to Svetlina for conclusions, or something that coming up after all this information. But also, I will appreciate if you share with us how we can support you, your initiative, how can be more included next to the startup definition, next to the Data Act. So we are open for your conclusions.
Perfect. I'll be quite brief. So starting with your question, actually, we're going to be organizing a lot of meetings, especially when it comes to the legislative initiative, in terms of the right stakeholders to help us actually draft those definitions. And that's why I've said we've kicked off the project. We have announced the project in June, to make sure that we set the ground, and we are kind of actively there for people to reach out to us. So don't worry, we're going to stay in touch, especially for that, because we've heard many versions. And also we're working quite actively with our association, like the Pan-European Associations for Startups. So to be honest, the feedback that we're getting from them for Bulgaria is quite impressive, actually. I think it's interesting to share and to for the audience to know that. Commenting on the 3 panelists now, like I think everyone saw like the complexity of what we've spoken about, like how many actually options and opportunities the EU is offering, but sometimes the procedures are rather complex. I would just like to say a few remarks. I think Ms. Jonkova was very detailed in her presentation just now. First, don't get discouraged in terms of some of the data that we've seen for 2021, 2022, that it seems like the numbers have lowered. This is an outlier timing period. This is just post-COVID. So this is not a good reference point. That's one of the main things from all the data we've seen. I wouldn't take it as a representative reference point. And second, final remark, all those programs, all the funding, all the opportunities and the support that is going to be focusing is going to be based on being green and digital in the next 10 years. That's how our policies and how the criteria are set up. Even the recovery and resilience plan, those so important fundings provided to the European economies post-COVID, more than 50% of the funds there have to be dedicated green and digital. So don't underestimate the importance the EU is putting on the sector, not only in terms of policy support, but also funding support. Thank you.
Thank you a lot. Big applause with this, this amazing panel is finished. Thank you for our lovely moderators and lectors. So please take your seat. And now our program continue with the presentation of Luba Zheleva, who is the Director of Tourism and EU Funding in Primorsko municipality. So Luba, welcome on stage.
Добър ден на всички. Благодаря на организаторите за възможността Община Приморско да се представи на този форум. И ми позволете от името на кмета на Община Приморско да поздравя всички участници. За съжаление, поради служебни ангажименти той не можа да присъства. Така че на мен се падна честта да споделя опита и визията на Община Приморско по темата иновативни и зелени политики. Ще разчупя малко начина на презентиране, тъй като ще използвам възможността да се представиме на български език. Радвам се, че виждам много съмишленици в тази зала и експерти от различни сектори, които са водени от една обща цел, а именно да подпомогнат устойчивото развитие на България чрез съвременните научни достижения в областта на науката. Това, което избрах да ви разкажа днес, е за нашия положителен опит с Atlas AgroScience, производител на многокомпонентни органични биостимуланти. Техните продукти са изключително подходящи за използване в градско озеленяване, цветарството и аграрния сектор. Община Приморско е курортен град, който през летния сезон се радва на висока туристическа посещаемост, като характерно за нашите посетители е, че прекарват огромна част от престоя си на открито. Освен на плажа, в разходки, отдих и развлечения навсякъде из нашия град. Именно за това обединихме усилия с екипа на иновативната компания Atlas AgroScience, за да работим още по-ефективно в щадящ за околната среда режим. И положителните резултати са на лице. Днес локалната екосистема на Община Приморско е по-зелена, устойчива и чиста. Какви са предимствата на използваните от нас биостимуланти на Atlas? Това е патентованата безотпадна технология на продуктовата гама на Atlas, която постига бързи и високи резултати в озеленяването, намалява риска от отравяне на почвите, намалява директните и индиректните паркови газове, възобновява структурата на почвата, допринася за зеленото и устойчиво бъдеще на нашия град, дом и общество. Иновативните продукти гарантират максимална оптимизация на бюджета, което е изключително важно за една малка община като нашата. Някои колеги в местната администрация ми зададаха въпрос дали не е прекалено амбициозна общата ни цел с Atlas Agro, да променим краткосрочно цялостния облик на зелената система на нашия курортен град. Моят отговор е категоричен. Правилните решения за града не трябва да струват скъпо нито за общините, нито за природата. Днес повече от всякога ние търсиме решения за природата, които да са базирани на новите технологии. Градът ни се развива с изключително динамични темпове в последните години и ние дължим на нашите съграждани иновативни, зелени и интегрирани с природата решения. Така че радвам се, че Община Приморско откри своя успешен партньор в лицето на Atlas AgroScience, така че да можем заедно да превърнем Приморско в град с добавена екостойност за нашите жители, гости и туристи. Благодаря на всички за вниманието и пожелавам успех на следващите участници във форума.
Thank you. We having a representative also from municipality Pomorie, Kristina Hristova, but just to say hi to the people, we don't have much time, but just to introduce, not to read.
Уважаеми дами и господа, за мен е удоволствие и привилегия да представя добрите практики на Община Поморие на подобен висок форум, посветен на устойчивата спин-оф екосистема и култура България и Европа. Започвам с
I'm sorry for interrupting you, but just saying hi to the people because we don't have time. It's quite out of the program, so please.
Започвам с познатото мото "Мислете глобално, действайте локално", което се стремим да прилагаме всеки ден на територията на Община Поморие. Водени от него, насърчаваме иновативните проекти на местно ниво с глобална значимост.
Okay, thank you a lot. Big applause. And having 2 minutes rest and coming back to the next fantastic panel, which is female entrepreneurship. So stay tuned. In 2 minutes, we are back. Okay, we're back with quite exciting for me panel and topic, which concerning the female entrepreneurship when it comes to a spin-off. Today with us, we're having quite inspirational ladies. I will introduce them, of course. Together with us, it is Elena Nikova, who is joining us online, Alexandra Velkova from Atlas Agro, Maya Manol, Milanova, Managing Director for Logistics, Associated Professor Agata Manova, and I'm sorry, and Veska Bakwarova. So hi ladies, I will join with you for a great discussion of what are the challenges and opportunities when it comes to a female entrepreneurship. First, I want to give a floor for very briefly representing to Alexandra. Can you please share about you and what is to be a female founder of the spin-off company?
Can you hear me? Okay. Hello, my name is Alexandra and I'm the CEO of Atlas AgroScience. We are an innovative company working in the field of waste management and implication of waste into the farming and landscaping industry. To be honest with you, I strongly believe that business is done by people who are fit for it, regardless of men or women. But most definitely, it's a privilege for me to be working with extremely talented women because all our C-level management is entirely women, not by purpose, just by work. So it is great for me to be developing such an environment that could be inspirational not only for us, but also for any young women that are taking the path to success in business. Thank you.
Great, thank you. The next amazing inspirational lady, Agata, she's a scientist, female entrepreneur, and many more things. She's leading, I know, a lot of people. And what are the challenges? And can you please explain very briefly what exactly are you doing?
Okay, so yeah, I have a couple of roles. So my first role is educator. So I'm associate professor at the Technical University of Sofia. I'm also vice dean education of the Faculty of Telecommunication, which is the second biggest faculty of the Technical University. I'm also a researcher. So I work in the area of computer vision, deep learning neural networks, pattern recognition, machine learning, so different virtual and augmented reality, my favorite topic, of course. So, and at the same time, I'm friend, colleague, etc., etc. So, of course, we as women, we have so many roles, so you cannot pick and, you know, pick and choose which one is your favorite. Of course, this, how to say, opportunity to be able to present what we do and how many and how interesting challenges we have in the area of research in the ICT domain. It's a great thing. So hopefully, as I said, we can give a good insight to the people that are not familiar with this field, what we do. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Of course, Vaska Bakwarova, she is the chair of the Union of Private Economic Enterprise, actually a quite big employer association. What is to be lady on the top?
Hello, Christina. Hello to everyone. Thank you for the invitation and to be here today. Actually, I had one question from for about 2 or 3 months. I don't have to be a chairwoman, I have to be a chairperson. And I have asked why. I want to be a chairwoman. So this is really a very important job because now in this situation where we don't have a strong politics, let's say politics, we have to help to the business to learn the new possibilities in the market. So in this kind of meetings, it's very important to show to the people that there is a new business possibilities. There is a new business making, actually. So this is one of my roles. The other roles is to be a general manager of German and Austrian investment. We are very big production in Bulgaria of high-tech sport garments. So we have about 300 employers, and this is another very important role. And according to this meeting today, I'm leading a small business lady club. And I know how important it is that we, the women, we support ourselves. And it's very important to show to the other women that everything is possible. And it's not necessary just to be a wife, housewife, and a mother. Everything is possible as well. So we, 5 of us, we are showing this very good. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Quite interesting. Okay, Maya, what about you? Share about you and what are the challenges of being a woman on the top?
Yes. So first of all, thanks for inviting me to that forum. It's actually a very inspiring experience for me. I joined the forum with over 20 years of total experience. I'm much more onto the business and operations management side, and I've been actually supporting scientific colleagues throughout my career. I've been leading fast-growing and internal culture, emerging outsourcing centers in the area of software development, in the areas of engineering, microchips, by the way, also global delivery centers and shared services centers. I've been also the first member of the board of directors of the Outsourcing Association. I've been there for 5 years, adding real value to the group there. And my hats in the last few years are actually shared between 2 initiatives. The business initiative that we started for supporting SMEs in resolving challenges related to business process services. And the other part is related to my, as I call it, professional hobby, to help building a digital career place for the newer generations. And that's now just in the start of its process, but yeah, it's very inspiring. And just the last note in the introductory part, throughout those 20 years, I've been exposed to excellent women leadership examples. And it also happened that I turned into such for a few colleagues already that came proactively to share that. So it's actually a great opportunity for us to really start exposing the idea and continue speaking more and more about that.
Great, thank you. I know that online together with us is also Elena Nikova from CEO Angel Club. Oh, hi, Elena, because as you see, so far we're showing the entrepreneur female scientists, managers, me again, of course, and the investor profiling actually is missing a little bit. So pleasure to say hi, and please very briefly introduce about you and your activities.
Hello, everyone. It's a pity I'm not there with you. I'm in Sofia and it is raining here, so I really envy you. Yes, my name is Elena and I'm coming from the entrepreneurial background. I have co-founded the company a few years ago, and since last year, I'm a community manager in CEO Angels Club, which is the wildest, not the wildest, but the widest network of angel investors here in Bulgaria. And our mission is to support startups. I'm very passionate about female entrepreneurs, and I'm trying to work towards increasing the number of female investors here in Bulgaria. And I strongly believe that if we want to have more female successful entrepreneurs, we need also to have successful angel investors, successful women in venture capital funds. These 2 stakeholders are interconnected. And yes, this is it about me in short.
Great. I remember in one conversation with you, you were mentioned quite curious example about the bias question when it concerned evaluation of the startups, and when it's come to interview with a female startup, those biases was quite, let's say, scandal. So can you please share this story? Because I believe that this is something to start with as a discussion.
Yeah, of course. There is, I think it was a very popular research made by Harvard Business Review, and the research was about how investors are asking questions to female entrepreneurs and respectively to male entrepreneurs. And the analysis was on, it was a linguistic analysis, what kind of words the investors used and how they framed the questions. And what they found out is that when investors are asking questions to female entrepreneurs, they are kind of assuming that the startup is going to fail. And when they are asking questions to male founders, they are structuring the question in a way that they presume that the startup would succeed. So, for example, a question that might be related to success or failure to women will be asked, for example, in a way, why do you think you're not going to fail? Whereas the question to the male would be, why do you think you're going to succeed? And I was really struck by this research. And what I believe is that usually biases are deep inside ourselves, and sometimes people don't understand this. I don't think that male investors are doing this on purpose, and of course this is a generalization, but I'm always trying to stress on this, because I think that we need to speak about it, we need to not ignore it, and in this way we are going to recognize it when it happens.
Thank you. What about you, Alex, as a female founder of the great Spinoff? Did you have such a problem or example that you can point out? Or probably it could be, I don't know, to supporting you to be a female, not sure.
To be honest with you, I might say that I'm lucky that I've never been in such a situation. And to be honest with you, I will never allow such a situation. As I said, to me, we should be based not by the words, but by the actions we do. So, I mean, why would somebody question my abilities only because I'm a woman? I mean, we are proving, and I'll share with you a great statistics that for the past couple of years, it's showing that the number of female founders of companies from 2019 to 2020 has more than doubled, which means that in 2020, double more women have founded successful company than men, which means that we are cut for the job. We can do the job better. And right now, there is also research showing that women are starting to earn more money based on the fact that they're working the same jobs as men. So I think it's more like a generational thing. And I think we are entering an era where people are more open-minded, where they are, I mean, they judge by, as I said, your actions. And the problem here is that the story that was shared is that I think the number is 98% of the people taking financial decisions are male. So yeah, they're biased, which is one more reason why we are better at doing things, because we see for the things as they are without any prejudice or any thoughts behind it.
Totally agree. Okay, I get the as an inspirational female, because I dream someday to see more and more like you, girls that are quite passionate with the science. But going back in time, who is your role model? Who is do you have a female role model that actually inspired you to follow the steps and go deeper?
Oh, yeah, a role model, a female role model. No, how to say? My idea. I love doing the research part. I was very interested in image processing, and I had very good professors when I was studying in the Technical University of Sofia, and they were male. But I think thanks to them, they offered me all the opportunities. I've got scholarships. I did my second master in France. I did a 1-year internship in a Paris university, in a university in Paris. I did my PhD in France, all because these professors, they helped me. They helped me in terms of, they offered me the opportunities. And I even remember the person who, because when I was in high school, I was wondering, should I continue, where should I continue my higher education? I was thinking, okay, my father is a doctor and I wanted to be a dentist. Okay, and I remember the vice director of my high school, the French language high school, he told me, Agata, why don't you try? There is a new French language faculty at the Technical University of Sofia. Why don't you try there? I think it will be very good for you. And I said, okay, why not? Let's see what will happen. And my father was, yeah, I don't think that dentistry will be very good for you. You know, let's see what happens. And, you know, the rest is history. One of maybe my best decision was to follow this road, because all these people that gave me their, how to say, their advice, you know, they helped me build my career. And I will repeat what you said, definitely. And in the Technical University is not by gender. Nobody stopped no one in the university. If you want to grow, the only stopping component is you, because you have the opportunity to apply for projects, you have the opportunity to write papers, you have the opportunity to work with your colleagues. So no matter if I'm a woman or a man, I can do that, and nobody's stopping me. The faculty, the university, it's open for everyone. So maybe when I started, we are fewer in terms of women, but now let's say we are between 20 to 30% of the academic staff is women. There are plenty of professors. There are many of the professors and associate professors that have higher than a PhD. So they are Doctor of Sciences. So this is the highest level. And plenty of women in the university are managing big projects with a lot of money, research projects. And this again opens a lot of doors for many people to participate. So I think in terms of research in Bulgaria, we are a very good example to all the other European countries, and not only the European countries. From what I know, is that the women represent very big numbers here in Bulgaria in terms of research participation. So definitely, as I said, this is one of the good things. This is why I'm very happy that I returned back in Bulgaria to continue my professional work here. All the opportunities that I had are not based on gender.
I thought something like Maria Curie at the beginning, but yeah, it was my expression. It's of course a joke. Okay, Vaska, I'm curious. Bulgaria usually is standing really bad on a statistic, but when it comes to female leaders, somehow we are on the top of statistics. What do you think is coming from?
Yeah, actually about the statistic, according to the information from the European Commission, actually for the 2020-2021, only 1% of the investments are done in the companies which are founded by women. 5% of the investments are going to companies which are founded from couples, so women and men. This means that we have to believe in ourselves, because only for Bulgaria, the entrepreneurs in Bulgaria, 30% of them are women. So we show in Bulgaria that this is possible. And I don't think that here the question is who is better, the women or the men, because the business has their own rights. And if you can do business, it doesn't matter if you're a woman or a man. I think here in Bulgaria, we have shown that it's not necessary just to be a housewife or a wife, and you can do everything just better. So that's why I think if we support each other in really in a high way, we can show that we can do everything in a good way.
Yeah, actually, I always was wondering why when there is a boy and girl in the family, the boy is quite smart and the girl is so pretty. So probably starting from there could be a good changes. Okay, Maya, I'm wondering, what are the major challenges of being a female entrepreneur?
Probably the first one is that we are unfortunately very few still. And while I do support the statistics that we're at the top and we can be happy, still it's only when it comes to the first leadership level, to team leaders, it's only up to 35 or 40%, depending on which statistics we would refer to. That are by female. Then when we go to the middle management layer, it's 20 to 25% that are female. And the very sad statistics is when we reach the executive or even the boardroom. So for the executive room, the statistic drops down between 10 to 15%. 15 is the optimistic number, I would say. And then the boardroom, I haven't reached any official statistics for that. I think it's even not so spread yet across our country, but I can definitely bet for under 5%. And yeah, probably Elena can share some insight based on her role with Angels Club, but I'm pretty sure it's rather an exception to have a board member female.
Thank you. Going back to Elena, before to asking her a question, of course, it will be connected with opportunities and good practices. I know probably all of us, we are somehow connected or being part or have been a part of different programs, clubs, opportunities, programs to supporting the female entrepreneurship or girl ones. I can point out my favorite, it's AI Girls, always in every edition, everywhere. They can count on my weekend and everything need because it's amazing program to stimulate the girls. Little bit later, Albena share about Girls Go Circular, also very inspirational. But from your experience, can you recommend some program? And this question actually will be for all of you because it's good to make awareness where, how, what interesting we can recommend. So Elena, from your point of view, which program or club or interesting event you can recommend for female entrepreneurs?
Yeah, I can mention four. The first one is Rails Girls, and I have been involved in this when it started. So it's a free workshop for women that want to learn more about coding, and specifically they're learning Ruby on Rails. It's a project that started in Finland, and now there are more than 14-15 editions here in Bulgaria, and I really love this event. The energy is amazing. There are women from all ages, and because I strongly believe that STEM and ICT skills are connected with entrepreneurship, and if we want to have more successful women entrepreneurs, I think we need to dig deeper into this sphere. The next one is Female Entrepreneurship Bulgaria, which is a non-formal group. I have been part of I have participated in the foundation of the organization 2 years ago, and it's a Facebook group where more than 200 women are there supporting each other, helping each other, promoting their products. So we started a podcast, we wrote an ebook on female entrepreneurship. So also the women there are amazing, and they're super positive environment. So I want to invite all of the panelists here to join the group as well. The third one, which is actually an event forthcoming in October, if I'm not mistaken, this is SheLeader.digital, which is a annual conference that promotes good practices in female entrepreneurship. This year the topic would be more on sustainability. I strongly encourage everybody who is interested in female entrepreneurship to participate. And the fourth one would be a mentorship program that is called Odyssey program. I think it is an European one, and I've participated as a mentee in the program, and I want to encourage women to find a good mentor to help them in their professional or even personal endeavors. I think mentorship in Bulgaria is not that popular, but it is starting to be. And yeah, these are the 4 organizations that I would like to mention.
Thank you. Alexandra, what about you? Can you recommend some interesting project, program, club?
I'm not sure how it will sound, but to be honest, it's something I've been thinking about lately. And so far, I haven't been involved in any such programs. But I'm really interested, and I'll be happy. I was really happy to hear there are events and workshops and programs that allow women to create their own ecosystem and networking environment. So I'll be happy to hear more from my fellow panelists if they have something to say. But yeah.
Okay, Agata.
So being an engineer, of course, as any in education and research, there is a very big society, Women in Engineer for IEEE. So I'm a member, and there are a lot of initiatives under the umbrella of IEEE for researchers, women in particular, for young researchers. Again, women in particular, they have conferences, they have events each year. So me and my colleagues participate in this type of events. Also, we at the Faculty of Telecommunication, we organize a practicum with different high schools, and we invite everyone from, for example, grade 11 and 12 to come for a week or two to visit our labs. So we especially give the opportunity also for the girls, especially in if they have questions, we try to answer, that they can have their professional application and growing in the area of ICT, of telecoms. And there are a lot of things that women can do and can achieve. And mathematics and physics are not an obstacle. The women are not only for the more like a nurse or maybe a high school teacher, etc., etc. So they can also find their interest in engineering. So we do that each year with different schools, depending either if they want to come at the premises of the faculty, either online, to give them some insights of what they can do, what they can achieve. And of course, we try also to attract a lot of PhD students from different countries, and we have a lot of PhD students coming from Asian countries currently, and a lot of them are women. So we do a lot of mentoring also with students from these countries to be able to increase their input and their participation in the engineering field. So for me, recommendations, a lot of currently openings for women in engineering. So yeah.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so we will take this information somewhere to publish for sure. Probably Bulgarian Innovation Forum is a great platform because I found it quite useful. Okay, ask about you.
There are for sure a lot of programs. I'm a mentor actually in our business mentorship program now for second year. Actually, we are helping the ladies just to found this motivation to found their own business or to go to the next level with their business. And I think this is very interesting for them because you show them that the business is not a bad word. Actually, everything has a rule and you have to go to the rules. You have to be inspired. But from the other side, we, the mentors, we have to be inspired as well. So here the point is just to do such a meetings and to get inspired from new possibilities and for new options. But here actually we can say it's good to be a mentor, and the mentorship programs are very important just to show to the people how are the things in the reality, not only in the books.
Great, thank you. And Maya?
I definitely cannot compete with the list from Elena. I can share a different view, that additional view that from the large corporates, there are plenty of in-house initiatives that are global and that they encourage more and more girls and into the scientific fields and into the engineering software fields and into the leadership field. And I also would like to bring a perspective that it's important to continue the fuss, to create more and more motion around that topic, but also to start speaking about that in every possible channel, starting from the schools. Because in my view, the biggest gap that starts is really from school. There is very good practice in the high schools that they still continue bringing quotas, equal opportunity for the number of girls and boys. And we see that actually the grades, the scores that they enter with differ quite a lot between the girls and the boys, but that's not a criteria, but it's still a factor that we need to continue supporting those quotas. That's one. But then in high school programs, I think that we have responsibilities to start talking to those students and to start speaking about entrepreneurship, to start speaking about inventions, to start speaking about all the interesting stuff that happens in the real world, how they can make a difference. They need to be brave, they need to be experimental in their thinking, they need to be curious in reading, and all these nice features that they don't dare to start doing until they become 30 or they reach the mid-age crisis and they say, okay, what am I doing here, right?
Thank you, thank you. And something to finish this topic, of course, next to Maria Gabriela at May this year was established Female Founder Association, which consists of female founders from all European countries. So it will be gladly to join you next to this initiative, because I'm sure that a lot of great upcomings will come. Ladies, it's absolutely amazing, comfortable, calm, and inspirational for me being here with you. Unfortunately, the time is always running really fast. I hope that we'll continue with this very fruitful discussion. Thank you a lot. Big applause for the female ladies and inspirational female roles.
Thank you.
Okay, our next panel is quite interesting also. It's the first part of the community builders. In this first panel, we will speak about the 4th digital innovation hubs, which were approved by the European Commission. I want to invite on the stage Svetlin Iliev, who is the director of Trachea Digital Innovation Hub. Svetlin, can you please join me? Okay, together with us, but online, will be also Rumiana Grozeva, who from the European Digital Innovation Hub Zagore, Mariana Hamanova, Director of the Cleantech Bulgaria, and Svetlana Boyanova, Director of AgroHub. So I hope that the technical teams will include the participants, starting with Rumiana Grozeva. Okay, meanwhile, wow, Svetlin, a great achievement. Those 2 days, we mentioned from time to time digital innovation hubs, and finally, we can see what exactly are the digital innovation hubs and what to expect from them. And most importantly, so far we're discussing the synergy, how those 4 digital innovation hubs will work in a synergy, and of course supporting the Spinoff community. From the technical team, I want to ask, do they manage to include Rumiana? Hey, Rumiana, pleasure to see you.
Hey, yes, hey from Washington. It's nice to be with all of you. And I'm really thrilled to discuss with all of the colleagues from another 3 digital innovation hubs what we could do for the community, for the ecosystems in Bulgaria, and not only. And thanks for inviting me in this conference.
Okay, great. So we are quite passionate to understand more the DIH Zagore. So can you please share more what is those digital innovation hubs? What are the major activities that you plan? And of course, yeah, to represent how the hub will supporting the innovative companies.
Thanks for these questions. Actually, all of the hubs should work in one common framework. I mean, the activities are preliminary defined by the Commission. We should support the digital transformation by 4 main activities. Training in digital programs, digital skills, advanced skills, of course, supporting test before invest activities by the companies, by the joint initiatives between the universities and private businesses, and to support building of entrepreneurship and startups ecosystems in the regions that we are operating, but not only. We should work with all of these more than 100 digital innovation hubs network in Europe, and of course networking and matchmaking, because this really great approach. If I should come back to the Hub Zagore main area, it's clean energy, clean technologies, and more specifically the clean hydrogen, and how it could be developed as industry, as appliances in different industrial fields, not only to be used in the chemical industry, but also in such kind of cars, and how to develop the digital solutions to be managed, because hydrogen is something, let's say, relatively new in its many field of possible appliance. And yeah, this is the main focus of Zagore. But as I know, Chris, sorry, Svetlana is in some really short time, and probably should be good to go to her, and much more the agri-hub is very important, because all of us would like to have a quality food on the table. And,
Thank you.
yeah.
Yeah. A great discussion is coming up, so don't worry. Stay on your seat. Okay, the next participant is Svetlana Buyanova, director of the Agro Hub. So, Svetlana?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Hi.
It's fine, right?
We are hearing you, just expecting the technical team to showing your beautiful face. Sorry for the, oh, yeah, I saw you. Hi, Svetlana.
Thank you.
Great
Yes,
to see you.
Great to see
please,
you.
Please share about the Agro Hub. What is the activity? What is the plan about the development of this hub, and of course, how it will support the startup and spin-off companies.
Yes, thank you, Christina. Thank you for inviting me to this international conference. It's always a pleasure for me to participate in such events. As you said, I'm chairperson of Agro Hub. This is a digital innovation hub for agriculture, established in 2019. As you see, it is before the call for the European Digital Innovation Hub. We established the hub because we realized the necessity, the real need for farmers to be supported in their digital transformation in Bulgaria. Bulgarian farmers are absolutely the same like the other European farmers. And unfortunately, at the European level, it is established that really the agri-food sector is lagging behind regarding the digital technologies used. So Agro Hub applied for this European Digital Innovation Hub, and our project is called Agro Rise. And this project will build on the existing Agro Hub, and it is a consortium of some of the members of the hub. And our big focus is, of course, agri-food sector, but we are going to support also the digital and green transformation in the region of Plovdiv, central region, let's be honest. And this means that we have to support all the businesses in the region, not only agri-food. Okay, the special focus will be agri-food. For doing this, we will provide, as Rumiana said, access to digital technologies. It means that physically they will have access to some of the technologies, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, robotics, and another key enabling technologies for agri-food sector. They will have access to, let's say, precision irrigation, satellite images to test what is this exactly in their holdings. Our partners are startups. Also university, agricultural university in Plovdiv, the Center of Plant Biotechnologies and Biology in Plovdiv as well, and the Institute for Vegetable Crops in Plovdiv. As you see, a huge scientific support. Also, we have National Grain Association, some of more advanced companies like Technologica, and you know, we are trying to work like a very good team, all of these 14 partners. We, of course, we are going to work with the other digital innovation hub. I'm happy to see Svetlin there, and we are going to support the municipality of Plovdiv regarding the cybersecurity, which technology is, let's say, that was identified as important technology for the municipality. So more or less, we are going to do the test before invest service. We are going to train the farmers, but also the business in the region of Plovdiv with the support of Trachea Economic Zone. So we are going to make a lot of trainings, also some networking events as well. Also, we are going to use all the agricultural fairs and exhibitions, because these are the places where the farmers are going to talk to each other. Of course, we are going to give the service called access to finance. We are going to provide farmers who are interested with the drafting the project proposals under the rural development program and CAP strategic plan in reality starting from the next year, but not also all kind of programs which could help for investments as well for the farmers. And actually the final, let's say, level, okay, national, sectorial, but also European level will help us to promote our startups, our companies in the European market. And also if we need something like technology to support our farming sector and also the business in the region, we will have access to our colleagues from other approved European Digital Innovation Hub. So this is like the summary of the activity, and we are planning to start 1st of November. So you can expect from us the tough work starting next year and the year after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Svetlana. When do we expect to start activities and services of the DIGs? When they will start to act?
We have to identify the date, but normally it should be as much as possible earlier, because you know, the first year we have to prepare the infrastructure for providing the services, and normally the year before after that, so into 2024, let's say, at the latest, we have to provide the service to the beneficiaries.
How do you see the cooperation between four digital innovation hubs? There is some, yeah. Okay. The technical team? Did you okay. Can you please share with us how you see the cooperation between the four DIGs?
Is it the question?
I will try again. Just a second. 2 minutes. Is it better now?
Is it better now?
Not really.
Sorry,
Sorry, technical.
I will
I will
expect
expect
to point me out when.
when
So, is it okay? Now it's working? Okay. Svetlana, the last question, I'm sorry for this. Can you please share with us how you imagine the cooperation between 4 digital innovation hubs in Bulgaria?
Well, it could be different ways regarding, let's say, the trainings could be done together related to specific technologies, let's say, even with the cluster. As Christina, you know, we had some cooperation agreement. I mean, not only the 4 hubs are important, the important thing is the environment and the ecosystem. So we have to work with all the stakeholders to provide the service for our users, farmers, and the business. And also we can do common events, we can make special programs for them to support. Okay, each hub has his own budget for concrete activities, but I'm sure that all of us have, let's say, dedicated already a budget for cooperation with the other hubs in different aspects. Also, we will be supported for this cooperation from the Digital Transformation Accelerator by the European Union. Commission will establish soon this, and we will have a common, let's say, training for all the hubs, and we are going to use this as an opportunity to work together at the region and national level.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you a lot. I'm sure that the topic of collaboration is just starting. So the next digital innovation hub that I want to represent to you is Clean Tech Bulgaria, Mariana Hamanova. Hi, Mariana.
Hello.
Can you
Hello,
hear
everyone?
us?
Yes, I hear you. Do you hear me?
We need probably a minute to see you also, the technical team trying to showing us the picture. Okay, yes, yes,
Okay.
beautiful as
Hello.
always. Hi, Mariana.
Hi,
Great to see
Christina.
you.
Hi, everyone. It's a great pleasure taking part in this panel, especially after almost 2 years of efforts for working on these digital innovation hubs. So I see the smile of Rumiana right now, because it has been, the one who have been engaged in this process know how hard it was to be able to stay now here and discuss what comes next. So for me, it's a great pleasure to take part in this discussion and to share some more information about the digital innovation hubs as ecosystem, as players who should be the one driving the digitalization in certain sectors. On behalf of CleanTech, the organization that I represent, we participate in 2 out of the 4 TICs. So the first one is the one in construction sector, where we support the Chamber of Construction of Bulgaria, which is the coordinator of this project and of the DIH as such. And in the second one is together with Svetlana, we are partners in the Agro Hub. So this gives us, you know, this different point of view from the sectoral aspects. But at the end, we come to the same challenges. You know, it's very interesting how it doesn't matter if we talk about food and farmers, or if we talk about construction and architects, the challenges are pretty much similar. And here I come back to what Svetlana mentioned about the cooperation. It is very important. It is something that we should for sure manage to do nationally, but also internationally. A few words about the Digital Innovation Hub in Construction. It is an initiative started in 2019. So again, much time before the call was existing for these hubs. And it was initiated by the Chamber of Construction in Bulgaria, because they have identified very serious challenges related to the workforce, to the digital transformation of the sector. And, construction is very traditional one, very traditional sector. In the same time, we have it almost everywhere. It's the roads that we use to transport goods and to travel. It's the houses where we live. It's the offices where we work. So the physical infrastructure is everywhere. And now the question is how we will digitalize that and how we will turn it in a more manageable environment, because right now we live in the era of digitalization, but just imagine how hard it is to digitalize something that 60 years ago probably has even no the design schemes available in the municipality, or just kind of an outdated version. And I think that this is a huge challenge in front of the whole sector. And this Digital Innovation Hub in construction will try to solve it. We have 11 partners on board. So the Chamber of Construction in Bulgaria is leading, but we have the Chamber of Architects. We have the two major construction universities, UASG, the University of Engineering, Construction and Geodesy, and the higher educational school, Luben Karavelov Construction School. We have the Bulgarian Academy of Science on board. We have several NGOs, but also three bigger companies, construction companies like Geostroy, Planex, Esri Bulgaria, Baumit Bulgaria. So all of them being involved in the same time in the construction process, but also in the topic of new building materials, because here we go to the next topic, which is not only how we construct, but what we use. And here we can also touch very directly the circular economy as something that should enter also in this sector, reusing of different materials for the construction industry. So not only waste from the construction, but for example, it might be the case, and for sure Svetlana can confirm it, that there is a lot of agricultural waste that can be used for construction materials or purposes. And here is where we can define very good cooperations and examples how to drive this process, how to convince the SMEs that this is profitable, because this is actually what we all in these digital innovation hubs have to deal with, to convince the final users, meaning the SMEs, that this makes sense and it's not so difficult, and we will support them and we will show them how, through education, through different other instruments and support. And it's something that we are very much looking forward to start. Of course, here I will also mention something that we have as a challenge, and I'm always using such forums to say that we will need to receive also information on behalf of our government and operational program, because 50% of the budget is coming from the European Commission, from the Digital Europe program, but the other 50 are coming from the operational program here in Bulgaria. And so far, we don't know what will happen there. But of course, we have the same intention like the AgriHub to start as soon as possible, because there is a lot of preparatory work to be done. Next year, we should have to share something more with you than just this general framework. So looking forward to it.
Thank you a lot. Actually, you answering all of my question. I need to think hard a little bit later, but now I want to give a floor to Svetlana Iliyev, who is the director of Trachea Digital Innovation Hub. So Svetlana, share about your Digital Innovation Hub. What are the activities, the challenges, and what are the plans when we can actually expect these Digital Innovation Hubs to contribute to the ecosystem?
First of all, I'd like to thank for the invitation, and thank to my co-panelists, because they already answered the harder questions. So for me, it's going to be the easier ones. I'm going to be starting from the challenges. As the previous speaker said, we are experiencing pure administrative challenges. I'm happy to see that there are members of the European Parliament here who probably can look into the European way of stuff and also encourage the Bulgarian administration to act in a more European way. Let's put it that way. But that's on the negative side. On the positive side, for me, first of all, on the cooperation. For me, that's going to become natural thing for all the hubs. As some of the panelists said before, that in Europe, it's all about green and all about digitalization. So I believe we're on the right path. Regarding Digital Innovation Hub Trachea, we have a very specific focus. We are probably the only hub in Bulgaria and in the region. We are not so much focused on specific industry. We are focused on technology, and that technology is cybersecurity. We believe it's important. I can give you an example why digitalization without cybersecurity, it's in a way meaningless. The news from this morning, apparently anonymous hacking group, most of you probably know about them, hacked the biggest Russian company, taxi company in Moscow. So right now, there are around 3,000 taxis, CO taxis in front of the presidential palace in Moscow, which is due to lack of proper security measures. So we believe firmly that digitalization should be closely followed, if not preceded by cybersecurity. But on the concrete stuff, without more theories, Digital Innovation Hub Trachea, it's consisted out of 70 members and 5 very important partners, which are, there's a strong academic presence there in the face of Bulgarian Academy of Science, Plovdiv University. We are also proud to have Plovdiv municipality as our partner. Of course, the hub itself and the Bulgarian Cybersecurity Association. Furthermore, the Union for Private Economic Enterprise is coordinating the project at the moment. And but the most important things I want to share with the audience here is what we can offer to our users. We can offer services apart from the. I'm not going to be focusing on the access to finance, building ecosystem. We all have to do it. We will partner in that. For me, that's not a big issue. It's going to come natural to us. The interesting things about our hub are the technical services we can provide to the users. Basically, they're in 3 categories. The first are assessments. So here we are talking about digital maturity assessment, risk assessment, of course, in terms of cybersecurity, vulnerability assessment. These are always different types of assessment, which focuses on the risk exposure of the different company or the product or the service itself, the different vulnerabilities that the product which is developed in the region or national level or the service might have and might be exposed to it. The second, we're diving more deep into the technology sector here. The second class of services are based on a theory in the cybersecurity of offensive security. I can share more in details if someone is interested, but basically what we can do for your companies or your organization or your products and services, and we can try to be the bad guys in a simulated environment, just to be clear, and we can try to penetrate and compromise your products, services, and companies in order for, of course, for you to improve your cybersecurity posture. The third, in my opinion, creme de la creme of the services we will be providing is something very new, not only for Bulgaria, but in Europe and in the world itself. It's the concept of providing cyber range as a service. Probably most of you don't know what is a cyber range, so I will try to explain it in a few simple words. It's basically a very secure, simulated virtual environment in which you can create your digital infrastructure, you can test your product, you can test your service, you can test your employees, or you can educate people. It's fully close to the world environment, fully virtualized and simulated. It could be used for universities. Professionals in cybersecurity could practice actually close to the real world environment, their scenarios. It could be used by larger national infrastructures. Many advanced digital nations like Singapore actually are conducting cyber exercises in which they're simulating scenarios in which their critical infrastructure, like banks or some important medical organizations, for example, are being under attack. And that simulation actually helps of the companies and organizations to improve the cybersecurity posture. If you have a product which you want to test, because most of you, it's very probably you know already, but it's I have to share it with you. Starting 2023 or 2024, I forgot. All the digital services and products in Europe would have to be certified for cybersecurity. If you want to sell or use products in Europe, right, any kind of services or products, it has to be certified for cybersecurity. There are already those cybersecurity certification schemes in the cloud computing, in the IoT devices, etc. So if you want to produce, innovate, and be innovative in general, you have to test and guarantee that your product or service is has the adequate levels of cybersecurity.
Thank you. Going back to Rumjana Grozeva, the technical team, I will ask them again to return her. Rumjana, I know that you have a quite interesting example. Earlier in the morning, I mentioned about those corridors with international cooperation between DICs in different countries. Can you please share more information about this and for the models? Because when I sharing this with morning guest from the Digital Europe, he was quite interesting, like a model, like opportunities. And I believe that this is something that could be Bulgaria probably contributing to the pan-European ecosystem.
Yes, thanks for this question. The corridors actually were established during this very hard preparation phase that Mariana was talking about this previous 2 years, let's say. But this approach to be organized in different corridors was promoted in some extent by the Commission, by the Digital Europe program itself. Most of all because it's supposed that as digital innovation hubs, we should work in network, in cooperation between the hubs from different regions, different countries. And of course, it's much more useful to start this cooperation before to submit our proposals, our project proposals, in order to know what other hubs could support to our job that we should do here in Bulgaria, in the region, and that how it could support them. You know, Chris, because during this preparation phase, you also were included in such kind of coordination meeting between the partners in one or two of the corridors, and I'm happy to see that such a partnership was upgraded and built outside of this specific cooperation between the hubs. What I understood that there are several corridors with specific focuses. Zagorje participated in 3 of them. One is also related with the agro topic, Svetlana, but you know that here in the region is Track University, which is very interesting as a university combining different disciplines, including agro and vet medicine, which is part of our health and life sciences. And the other one is corridor is related with clean technologies, more specific clean transport. You know that the clean hydrogen is very successful, applied already in transport means as trains, as heavy trucks. The technologies in this field are upgrading now to much more hydrogen-based cars, fuel cells, based on fuel cells. And I'm also happy to share that most of the partners in such corridors was approved for funding, and yes, I hope that this cooperation, sorry for my phone, will continue within the next year. Just to say that because Svetlin was talking about the cybersecurity, yes, it's very, very important. And Svetlana and Mariana shared more about their corridors. Actually, in Zagora, we are facing a very huge challenge to deal with the transition from industry which is leading in the region for last 70 years. It's not easy to convince people that we could bring new opportunities for jobs, for career development, human development, etc. But actually in the region we have also very well developed mechatronics sector. And the Zagore, the Hub Zagore, one of its focus is also to support mechatronics, additive technologies in mechatronics, virtual reality, augmented reality also, in order to digitalize. But as Mariana said, it will not be easy because yes, we're with some small steps introducing digital solutions as ERP systems, etc. But actually, both for the companies or for the public sector, it's really huge challenge to start to work more digitally. Not only because the gap in generations, because a lot of young people are working in private sector, not so much in the public, but this very fast transforming from one to another type of doing job, I mean digitalization, is not easy to be accepted by the public sector, which should be leading in some moments, I mean, to make the right policies, to prepare the right legislation in order to support this one. Mariana was talking about the circular economy. It's very, very important to be supported by adequate legislation framework to promote, to require such kind of approaches to be integrated into the production of building materials or something like this. It could not happen only because there is several very active organizations in Bulgaria which are trying to bring and integrate European and world experience in this field. Even in this, I'm sure that as a helps will have
Rumiana,
a great cooperation.
The time is running really,
sorry,
really fast. Please,
yes,
one sentence for conclusion. I know that, yeah, it's a wild topic. For sure, we'll make more and more meetings because I see that you are actually on one wave. I see synergy already. So the execution is starting very soon. So please, one sentence for conclusion.
One sentence, I'm really excited to meet all of these colleagues from the Hub here in one conference, one stage. I'm pretty sure that we'll collaborate really great colleagues. Thanks for this in advance, and wish you success from 1st of November.
Thank you. Thank you. One very fast question to Mariana Hamanova, the technical team. I will ask them to show her on the screen. On a very practical point of view, I'm a company. I need your service. What supposed to do? And do I fit to the program? This is quite practical, but I know that, Mariana, you can explain quite well. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Christina. I think that each of the hub will develop these internal procedures once we start operation, but in a very practical mode, let's say, first of all, you should be engaged in a way with the construction. If we talk about the digging construction, so meaning you can be architect, engineer, you can be a construction company, or you can be a demolition company, or you can be a researcher working in the field. And willing to establish, for example, a startup spin-off or a start activity in this. So once you come to the hub, you should, in the first, fill in this digital maturity assessment that the Commission should provide us with, because it's the entry and the starting point of each process. And this exercise will be repeated 2 or 3 times in every year, let's say once per year. And in this way, we will be able to measure what is the advancement each participant, each SME that enters in the hub and start having some services will achieve after a period of time. So each of us, of course, each hubs have these 4 pillars of services, so they will be pretty much different in certain topics, but probably also similar from another point of view. And depending of this entry level of the digital maturity assessment, we will be able to identify which services, more educational ones or more test before invest type of activities, will be beneficial for this SME. And I think that this should be the process. Of course, now I have it very theoretically in my head, because we didn't really saw neither the digital assessment tool, not the next tools that the Commission should also provide us with, like the digital, the innovation radar and some other features. But I imagine it pretty much similar, that we have a kind of a monitoring process, and we advise the SMEs to which services that the DIGs offer they can refer to. And this can be also cross-DIG, I imagine, because we will identify each of us different challenges and we can refer to each other.
Thank you, Mariana. Lovely to having you here. And finally to Svetlin, again, from tomorrow, we're speaking about the European innovation, Digital Europe. We mentioned Data Act. Actually, when it comes to cybersecurity, the Data Act is quite emergent, I believe. So how actually the Digital Innovation Hub will be included next to this Data Act creation, and what it will be his connection with the Digital Europe as a whole, as a program?
Specifically for the Digital Innovation Hub, we are also part of the so-called European corridors. The one in cybersecurity is run under the European Cybersecurity Organization, EXUM, which is mandating. If you read the EU legislation, in pretty much all of it, whether you're talking about open data, whether you're talking about AI, whether you're talking about IoT, it doesn't matter, cybersecurity is present. I'm really happy that the Commission has chosen to focus its efforts on cybersecurity in Bulgaria. And on our side, maybe as the last sentence, because it's already lunchtime, and I don't want to bore more the audience. I would have to urge, and I want to urge all the people who are watching online, all the people in the audience here, we have the great opportunity to elevate the Bulgarian economy and move and take the next step. With all the funds which were presented, most of them beforehand today or yesterday, with all the national funding as well, there are enormous opportunities. We have the opportunity to do it right, and I hope we're going to do it right this time, and we're going to take the next step.
Thank you. With this, this amazing panel is finished, but I'm sure that it's opening much more inspirational, especially for me, to create more events and to invite the Digital Innovation Hub. So thank you again. Thank you, Svetlin. Thank you to the fantastic lady. We are going back in 2 minutes with the next really exciting panel, who is the second part of the community builders for infrastructure and resources. See you in 2 minutes here on this stage. Thank you. Welcome back. As I promised you, right now we will have a quite exciting, quite interesting discussion panel, which is Community Builders Part 2, dedicated on infrastructure and resources. Together with me, again, Associate Professor Dimitar Nikov will support me with the question, because I'm really, really embarrassed by being in sitting with such great people, smart people, science people next to the table. So I will count on you to support me the process. In today's panel, the participants are Mr. Todor Mladenov, who is the Executive Director of Sofia Tech Park, Professor Ilya Director Center of Technology of Plovdiv University and Perimet Laboratories, Evgeny Ivanov, who is the Head of Technology Transfer Center in Kvazar, Professor Sutir Sutirov, who is in Professor Sense Water, and Zurnit Tsekva from European Digital Innovation Hub, Norway's Automotive Cluster, Bulgaria. Welcome you all. I will just join you on the seat. I think to start with on my presence, because I'm sure that afterward a hot discussion will happen on live. So I want to say hi to Todor Mladenov and ask the colleague from the technical team to vote him. Hi, Todor.
Hi, Todor. Hi, Christina.
Great to see you.
You hear from me, right?
We can see you perfectly, hear you perfectly, but probably I have a problem with mics again.
With the mic? No, it's okay. I think everything is fine. Thank you very much. Warm greetings to everyone in the stage, of course, and also the crowd in Burgas. I really miss coming to Burgas. Actually, we had a great experience less than a year ago. We did, together with the municipality, the Digital Burgas, the first event of this type. So we enjoyed our stay there very much. And I do believe that today's and yesterday's sessions are also building on that, and they're kind of promoting also Burgas and its ecosystem a lot those 2 days. Well, because we are running out of time, I'll try to be very brief and try to touch upon this, I would not say hot topic, the spin-offs, but because this is something that has been going on for quite a while in the advanced economies, but you know, I mean, the spin-off development is quite new and not very well established in our country, but I think we have a very firm ground, and I think we are on the right way, and this is because we have the right people. As I'm presenting one of the largest facilities in the country that is part of the innovation ecosystem, the Sofia Tech Park, I'll say just a few words about Sofia Tech Park and its recent activities and developments, which I believe will correlate to the development of spin-offs and what kind of, let's say, environment we are succeeding to build in order to, you know, to boost those trends. As it was mentioned, I think yesterday and a couple of times today, we have two fundamental approaches when we are building startups. Probably the more popular and recognized is the spin-offs coming from the industry. They are very popular. They have their advantages. They have their reasons to be so. But probably what we are more interested in is the academic approach to developing spin-off. It is very classical approach. It is very well recognized, but still in Bulgaria it's not very well developed. Of course, nowadays we have quite a good examples of doing. Hello, I was muted for a while. Hello.
Yeah, we are here.
Okay, because I was muted for a while. So moving on, I would like to say a few words about Sofia Tech Park and our priorities and activities nowadays. I would start with our further achievements. So we have more than 50 companies on site of different size. You can meet companies with teams from 2 to 3 people up to few hundreds, and even internationals with more than 500 people on staff. Right now, we are accounting about 1,200 jobs, and we are expecting to reach 2,000 jobs in Sofia Tech Park, which means that we have all the variety of different, I'm talking about high-tech companies on site, which gives us a good portfolio of companies, skills, talents around our campus. And I do believe this is because of the right infrastructure, or actually the right resources we have built back in the days. What I mean is the lab complex, the Congress Center, Jonathan Asov, the incubator, and recently the high-performance computing facility, Discoverer. So with mentioning all this, I would like to say that we are trying to cover the support to the whole innovation life cycle. In the last, let's say, year and a half, never mind the COVID, we tried also to be very active in on an international level, especially with the Balkan countries, with Greece, with Turkey, with the countries from the Western Balkans, and especially in our international collaboration association of the science parks. Recently, our priorities are very well aligned and related to the development of high-tech companies, and providing them with the proper environment and services in order to grow. Those priorities are the development of our R&D infrastructure and services, especially with Discoverer and its huge potential for providing services and simulations in different knowledge domains, but also different industries. We also, Sofia Tech Park is also participating in a digital hub.
I'm sorry, Todor. Can you please one sentence or two for conclusion, because the timing is really running. We are a lot of people here waiting for a hard discussion. And yeah, please, two questions for conclusion.
Just wanted to conclude my introduction to this panel that Sofia Tech Park is building on a large set of services, interaction with different communities of science people, researchers from all over the country, especially from the leading universities in Sofia, and also from some in Stara Zagora and Plovdiv too.
Okay, thank you, Todor. It was great to understand more about Sofia Tech Park, the infrastructure, and the project that you have that actually stimulate the spin-offs. I want to give a floor to Professor Ilya Iliev, who is Director Center of Technology, University in Plovdiv in Laboratory Perimet. I have opportunity actually to visit the laboratories. quite amazing, and I'm sure that the audience will be quite interesting to understand more about the laboratories and the creation of a new spin-offs.
Thank you very much, Christina. Thank you for this possibility to take a part of this very nice meeting. In shortly, because we have not time, I'm director in Plovdiv University Center of Technologies. This is organizations for new organization in our university. 10 years ago, we started to organize this center, but the main activity is our big project, PeriMed in short. This is personal medicine, together with our very good partners, Medical University of Plovdiv and Institute of Crystallography in Sofia. And mainly in this center of competence, we have 12 laboratories, 6 of them in Plovdiv Medical University in Plovdiv, 5 in our university, and 1 in Institute of Crystallography. In our Center of Technologies, we have 3 different areas of activity, scientific activity in 5 laboratories. One of them is in the field of biocatalysis and molecular enzymology. Another is in the field of microbiota, molecular diagnostic of microorganisms in our gut microbiome. And first of them is in the field of biosensors. Another is biofilm and new materials. This is our scientists from physics faculty, and one in the field of immunology, immunotherapy. And our activities are not only papers. We have 3 patents at the moment in this center from different areas. One is in the field of biotechnology to produce very specific biopolymer. Another patent is in the field of biosensors, and one of them is in the field of physics. It's a short.
Okay. I just have thank you for the interesting presentation. I just have one question. How do you have sustainability in mind, and do you see the creation of spin-offs companies about this center as a vehicle for further financing the activities and the science in the center?
Thank you for the question. It's a very important question and very difficult at the moment in academic science, because we have not tradition at the moment for spin-off companies, for example. But in our centers, we try to organize a commercialization program together with Medical University of Plovdiv, just in PeriMed like project. But we just started this organizing process. The last year, we have some projects for organizing young people in spin-off companies, but it's too difficult to start this process. We have very good relations with some industry, some companies from cosmetic industry, from pharmacy too, and working together with different projects, commercial projects, and it is a very good practice for the future. But I believe that we will organize young people to start spin-off companies.
Yeah, I know that's really difficult.
I know that it is not easy.
Yeah,
but
and what is the the biggest things, yeah, the biggest problems?
The biggest problem
Just in outline.
Not only one, not only one, but maybe two. Maybe we try to organize more meetings with companies to learn more about the problems of companies. And another very big problem is to change mind of young people.
Thank you.
Maybe in short.
Great, thank you. Now I want to give a floor to Evgeny Ivanov, who is the head of Technology Transfer Center of Quasar. Actually, we also know very well the center. From the point of AI Quasar Bulgaria, we found great opportunities for common development of project connected with quantum technology, AI, but please share with us more about the center.
Thank you. My name is Evgeny Ivanov. Здравейте на всички. Днес цял ден говорим на английски, така че от самото начало здравейте. I'll continue in English. Center of Competence Quasar is an investment of 6.3 million euro. It's a project funded by operational program Science and Education. This is a good thing. At the same time, this is not a good thing, because when you get funding through a program, you have objectives you have to meet under the program. You have to invest 75% in infrastructure and only 25% of the money into human capital. And this is the main issue. What we're doing right now is trying to get additional funding for the key activity that we're doing, which is quantum communications. So we're trying to establish a pilot quantum communications line with a length of around 100 kilometers, because we want to make money with this center of competence. And as you were asking, what's the problem with centers of competence? The problems is that businesses, spin-off companies, anyone wants to make money out of science. Still in Bulgaria, we don't know how to make money out of science. And this is the main objective of the Center of Competence, trying to teach businesses, trying to speak with researchers and scientists on how, within a period of 2 years, you can start from scratch, technology readiness level 1, 2, or 3. And in 2 years, you should go in the market and start selling the product. And this is a key issue for our Center of Competence. This is what we're constantly speaking about with the researchers. And it takes time for them to understand that if you want to be successful, if you want to get additional investment into science, you really need to show a strict deadline for delivering the product, so that through a license agreement, you can get it in the business world, and then you can buy it in the shop next door. And the technology readiness, you don't really know in the beginning from 3 to 7 or 8 how you achieve it. So this is the key challenge for our Center of Competence, because we invest in 3 main fields. Like I said, quantum communications. The second is not cybersecurity, but models for risk management. And the third one is upgrade of physical critical infrastructure. We have 4 universities, 3 institutes with the Academy of Sciences, and 1 NGO. The leader of the consortium is the Institute of Robotics, which is the national leader in protection of intellectual property rights, like patents. But what does it mean when you have a patent if you don't have it in the market? 0. So this is our task, to change this over time. Thank you.
And
I have one question, but still on a practical point of view, what is the model of creation of a spin-off where the Quasar is involved?
Like I said, we have to abide by the indicators we have given at the stage of application. We shall create 4 spin-offs by the middle of 2023. Those companies should be selling products developed by the Center of Competence. What's the model? I don't know. I'll let you know next year.
The shareholders, okay, Dimitar?
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Ivanov. I'm just curious. You said that the ambiguity and the uncertainty in such an emerging technology is a huge problem, and I think this is just a typical trademark for all emerging technologies. How do you feel that those spin-off should tackle that kind of uncertainty and ambiguity for such a new field?
There is no one solution. 1 out of 10 companies survives. So you try, you invest in this, you hope to be lucky. I mean, there is no one single solution. And in the previous panels, there was a discussion about Bulgarian companies trying to get money from Horizon 2020 or Horizon Europe. The success rate is 6 to 8%. There is no, some survive, others go bankrupt. This is a natural process. The ones who will survive can become unicorns at some point. So this is what we're trying, but we shall try to invest in a lot of different options, hoping that some of them will be successful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Professor Sutir Sutirov. So Professor Sutirov, can you please share more about the Center of Competence that you're involved, about your activities? Directly, you can start.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the organizers because we are here, the most of us, we are scientists, and we really involve in our science, our formulas, our molecules, and we don't understand how to think entrepreneurs about the market, about the different things. That's why for me it's very important to meet some different people and discuss what do you need, how to do it. Is this possible, our knowledge, our formulas and so on, to help this? Very often we as a scientist, we do something because it's very interesting for us, it's curious or something different, but there is no practical form or something like this. That's why for me I hope to every year is very important to have some discussions, some meetings like this. In our university, we have a few different big projects. We have one of the Center of Excellence that is for the information and communication technologies. It's together with Sofia University, Plovdiv University, Shumen and Russia universities. And we have a lot of things that we do. We have, in our university, we have 4 labs that we're working on. I can talk many times what we do, but the most important is that 2 of our labs are directed to the people, to the business. And one of this is prototype lab that we still is not ready, but I hope in the next few months it will be ready. And he's directly will work with the business. Next project that is Center of Competence is together with I think Institute of Mechatronics. It's the direction there is artificial intelligence over the robots, and there we have 11 different kind of robots that we are trying to move on and input some artificial intelligence inside. But probably this project that I'm involved on in the beginning This is the lab about the virtual and augmented reality. This is not a European project. This we apply in one USA company, and our grant is approximately $25 million. It's this is a software for the education, for the medicine mainly, and the different topics in the whole science. But here is interesting that you cannot use this approximately 100,000 model that is inside in the system, and you can produce own models, and you can put it inside all different things like artificial intelligence, like neural networks, fuzzy logic, some different technology that is very interesting. And I hope with these projects mainly to be close to the business, and that's why we are very often meet with the business. That's why I'm involved also in the Digital Innovation Hub. Our university is part of DigiHub Burgas, but Petko will explain in what we do. But for me, this is probably the main part: how we can help the business, the people, with all these things that we already have. My colleague is absolutely right, because we are putting most of the money in some infrastructure, equipment, and so on. But we need the people that we have to work with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yesterday, we saw and listened a little bit more about the international models. And I'm curious, from what I see in Bulgaria, we don't have strict models. And probably this is also one of the challenges that actually slow down, of course, the creation of a spin-off, and those issues becoming with a pattern, because even on the European level, at the morning, we understand that right now the European Commission finally is oriented its direction to a common patent regulation. Do you think that those two measurement, and do you have some more idea what type of the measurement could be done in order to increase the number of the spin-offs?
I think that on the first step, we have to change the mind, and the most of the organization have to save some more money about these things, because we are all the time we are thinking about the science, about the students, about the money. But if we have some view outside the wall, we have to do this, that you say we have to connect with the other firms outside the Bulgaria. We have to have money for the all these things to have a European view, and after that to communicate with the probably the most important institutes or university outside in Bulgaria. Unfortunately, in Bulgaria, the science, the knowledge, and these things are not on the how to say, good level.
Correct. Okay, and going to Zornica. Actually, Zornica, I know that you are really experienced when it comes to the Center of Excellence, digital. You're presenting here Digital Innovation Hub in Venrize, but from your observation, those centers, those hubs that you know from inside, how they can be stimulated, and what are the needs in order to create more spin-offs and to support?
Okay, I'm Denita. Here I'll be representing the European Digital Innovation Hub, but also answering your questions and probably going back to some of the comments of the academic people, because I'm probably the only one not academic here. Yes, as the first speaker acknowledged, we are obliged, these centers of competencies of excellence, especially the centers of competences, obliged to achieve certain indicators, which means number of spin-off companies. And even in the peer review meetings with the European Commission, they were quite firm about their insisting on achieving these indicators. And they even said that they would be not interested in any other activities except the results. And we, at least what we see from the business point of view, that it is very difficult for the academic to see how they could do business and how the connection between the science and the business. It's usually very hard to be acknowledged and accepted by the academic people, at least most of them. Unfortunately, we had various meetings with people from university and Academy of Science, and some of them are very firm that they're still making only science and it is not business, which is still a problem, and it's a way of thinking. I'm sure more, and I've seen many people that are thinking about this direction, but it needs time. It's not only regulation, it needs time. And as the previous speakers in the panel said, this kind of thinking should be set even at school, because I'm a mother of 3, and I could see that our educational system does not trigger or initiate such qualities, and our children are not thought to be brave, to be entrepreneurial, and probably we are taught to be more strict in thinking, and this is one of the major issues. And then it goes through the system. So I think that this is kind of psychology first, and then we need some kind probably of support or triggers from the national or EU authorities to finish this process successfully.
The different strategies included the strategy for intelligent development of Bulgaria. It's pointing out the center of excellence, the center of knowledge, Sofia Tech Park as, let's say, a very region place for creation for the not only spin-offs but entrepreneurs, for incubating talent, etc. Do you think that it's already existing next to these centers, or it's something supposed to be built in the future? What is the situation right now? Because we have already, but still, what's happened with them?
In my opinion, and in my experience, which is restricted to several centers of competence, actually, I could talk about at least for sure one of them, which is the Center of Competence Leonardo da Vinci, which is a competence center between the Medical University of Pleven, the Medical University of Varna, and the Institute of Robotics of the Bulgarian Science Academy. I think we're still having difficulties in achieving this, and even soon we'll have a meeting about this, especially these indicators. And I think it has still to be achieved. Probably some of the centers are closer, especially ones focused on IT or AI. They are much closer to the business than the ones in the field of medicine. But I think, and at least the EU review says that we are a little bit behind. Unfortunately, we hope we'll catch up.
Thank you. Of course, the time is really running again, and it is only us between the lunch, but very fast question, a little bit provocative, of course, but I promise from the beginning of the event that till 2030 to create at least 100 spin-off. So my question to each of you, how much spin-offs to expect till 2030 from the organization you represent? A little bit provocative. So starting with again.
Between 4 and 20.
Okay, I will write it down. Great. What about you, Ilya?
I expected 3.
Okay.
Center.
Okay, great. Sutir?
I hope 5.
Okay, I think that we make the number. Okay, Denitsa.
Okay, let me just few words about the European Digital Innovation Hub of the automotive cluster, because Mr. Sotirov presented few projects, so I would take my right to do the same. Probably it should have been presented in previous panel with the other edicts, but still this is one of the hubs which has received seal of excellence by the European Commission, and it will be part of the European network. It's located in the northwest of Bulgaria. As you know, this is one of the least developed regions. So the main mission and the main goal of this hub is to develop the industry and with a focus on small and medium enterprises and the public authorities in the manufacturing sector and focusing on the automotive industry. The key participants is, of course, automotive cluster with few NGOs and few large companies, all of them located in the region. And probably one of the main assets and very interesting assets will be the unique cyber physical laboratory, which will be located in Wrocław, and it is one of a kind on the Balkan Peninsula. So this type of environment would allow lots of test before invest and training and other matchmaking initiatives. So based on the activities planned, probably 3 to 5 spin-offs will be set at the end of the project.
Great, hopefully. Okay, with this, I want to thank you. For this fantastic discussion. It's only the beginning, as we see, but I'm sure that we'll have much more opportunities to see each other, to work with each other, and to following the goals that we promise. Okay, with this, the panel for the community builders, infrastructure and resources is finished. Right now, according to the program, we'll have a very brief lunch and network. So we'll back in 2:30, starting with Ivailo Ivanov and Founder Institute presentation. Okay, so see you a little bit later. spin-offs in Bulgaria so far. For me, it is great pleasure to invite Ivailo Ivanov to represent in front of us the Founder Institute and how they supported actually the creation of a startup. So Ivailo, please join me to the stage.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thanks to all the organizers, and thank you for having me here. My name is Ivailo, and I'm today presenting for Founder Institute. Oh, come on. Okay. Founder Institute is my recent endeavor. I just become one of the directors for Eastern Europe. And that's a pro bono position, by the way. So everything I do for them, with them, and what I say today is because I firmly believe in it. It's not some sort of marketing exercise. I'll just give you a few words about myself so you can check my credibility and decide if you believe me or not. Meanwhile, I will just leave some statistics here for you to absorb. So I started my first business maybe 25 years ago. I created a software development house, and it went very well. It's still going. And after that, I created several spin-offs from that company. So the topic here is very familiar for me, and I lived it. I know how painful it is. I know how difficult it can be. I know how long it is and what are the shortcuts to make it successful, and what are the mistakes you make to fail. And the most important thing is that you have to turn somebody with an idea to a fundable startup. We're going to be talking about this a lot, so I repeat again. Somebody with an idea. One guy, two guys. The idea is not very important, the guys are. How do you take those guys and turn them into an investable structure? That's the main question. And this is where Founder Institute excels. These are the statistics. And you can see here, there were about 70,000 applicants in the world for the past 13 years to the Founder Institute. Again, 70,000. 6,000 of those finished the program. You can see less than 10% of those that apply finish the program. So it's not an easy program. Those guys raised from investments almost $2 billion. 95 countries in the world. A huge network of mentors, 25,000 and more. And this is an independent accelerator, which means it is self-funded. It is not backed by any government. It's not backed by any institution. It is just those guys doing the work for themselves. How do they succeed where everybody else fails? And just a few more info about the successes. Those are all companies that are alumni of Founder Institute. All those are graduates. You can see big names here, Udemy, for example. Interesting valuations as well. Those are some of our partners. Founder Institute is unique in another thing. It is open to partnership, meaning all our knowledge, all our know-how, all our processes are available for third parties to use. Of course, terms and conditions apply, but they are available. So the right way of building an accelerator is with Founder Institute, as far as I know. And again, those are the numbers. But what are the key points? What makes Founder Institute really unique? First, it's the positioning. We are one of the few accelerators that are pre-seed. For those guys that just have an idea and nothing more, and we take them to the point where they can get their first investment. After that, there are other people. We partner with them. We don't compete with them. That's a unique positioning, and a lot of people are trying to live in that space. Not a lot are successful, not a lot are sustainable. And this is the essence of our approach. First, we find great people, and that sounds wrong, sounds cheesy, sounds like a marketing term, but it's not. There is science behind that. You probably heard of this guy called Jordan Peterson, one of the great minds of this generation in terms of clinical psychology. He developed the Big Five, the Ocean psychometrical system, and he helped Founder Institute design a test. It's called a Founder DNA. So everyone that comes to us, he passes a test, and the test says, are you the type of person that is likely to succeed in a startup situation or not? For example, there are traits like openness and agreeableness. And statistics say that when you have high marks in openness, it's a good thing. For example, this means you have to be open to new ideas, to feedback, to whatever changes occur around you. But in agreeableness, you have to have mid-level ranks. If you're too high on agreeableness, then you cannot fight with all the obstacles that we'll meet as a startup. So, therefore, our Founder DNA, it's a psychometric system. It's a formal test that you take. It's a very quick one, 30 minutes or a little bit more. And it costs very little, but it gives a reliable indication of that person's chance to become a successful startupper. And that's a thing that pretty much nobody has, because we have 70,000 people that took that test and 6,000 that graduated, which means we have enough data to do the proper calculations to train the model. Nobody else has that. And that's how we find good founders. Because at the end of the day, it all starts with people, not great ideas. It's great people. That's what Founder Institute found out after many years. And then after you found the great people, you create for them a support system. There is this saying, it takes a village to raise a child. It's the same with startups. It takes an ecosystem to raise a startup. We have a huge network of mentors. We have in every local chapter between 25 and 50 active people that actually help everyone, and they do help. I've seen that. I've been mentoring for that organization for 5 years, and I see how they actively help startups. You can imagine that when you're a startup, you can call the phone, or you can take the phone and just ask a stupid question to somebody knowledgeable. That's rare. That's not difficult to achieve. There are processes for that. And third, and most important, it is hard. This system is not for everyone. We actively structure the information that they have to absorb, and we push them and give them real world tasks in order to make them form a real startup at the end. This is just a glimpse of what the topics inside are, starting from vision and validation, go-to-market, legal, IP, etc., etc., etc. It's all very well structured, but structure and content is one, and the next is we actively push those guys to make the effort. Each week, they have to pitch in front of mentors. They have grades every day pretty much, and they can drop out of the program. No more than 40% of the guys that come in graduate. That's by design. So this is a hard program. It pushes you. And in my opinion, this is the key. This is one of the few programs that instead of giving you the resources and the environment around you, actively pushes you to do something for your business. That's unique. So My call to action here is simple. We are very open to do partnerships. We can partner with corporations exactly for doing spin-offs. We can partner with academia to identify potential areas for spin-offs, and we can partner with government when they try to do acceleration. And just before I say goodbye, I want to highlight something. We did a partnership like that with NASA. NASA is partnering with Founder Institute to identify spin-offs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivo. Always inspirational. So thank you for the great insight for the entrepreneurship spirit. And now our program continues with additional very interesting discussion here on site. In this purpose, I want to invite on the stage Teodora Zhilkova, who is one of the founders of the Health and Life Science Cluster Bulgaria, member of the management board. She is founder of Cluster Venrize, Bulgarian Congress Bureau, many heads similar like me. So Teodora joined next to me to the stage. Teodora will moderate the third panel of the part community builders, and the topic will be focused on clusters. So Teodora, thank you for your support, counting on you. So the stage is yours to represent the speakers.
Thank you very much, Chrissy. And it's really a real pleasure to be here today. I remember the Congress Center a few years ago, just before the opening. So the plans were huge to start planning and organizing important B2B events. So thank you for organizing, initiating this conference. So I would like to welcome back on the stage Daniela Chonkova. She was already here earlier today, who is the EN Bulgaria coordinator, as well as program manager at Applied Research and Communications Fund. And also in this panel with us will be Petko Georgiev, who is the chair of the chairman of Southeast Digital Innovation Hub. So I think the other panelists had some logistic problems, and it will be a pleasure to share the thoughts with you. So our panel, as was discussed, you have microphones. It was discussed that we are talking about community builders, and we will talk about how clusters are helping to build a community, for which community helper clusters are helping. And so we will talk about innovative clusters. So I'll give you the chance with a couple of sentences to present yourself and how you're connected, your business life is connected with the clusters. And from there, we will see how to continue. So Dani, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Teodora. Well, I already had a presentation in the morning session, but just a couple of words about the organization that I work with. It is the Applied Research and Communications Fund. It's a non-for-profit research organization that is one of the leading NGOs in the field of innovation, delivering support to SMEs at micro level, and also making a lot of innovation analysis at macro level. And one of the flagship report that we do, that some of you may be familiar with, is the Innovation.bg report, which makes an assessment of the innovation performance of the Bulgarian economy.
I think there is another microphone over there. Yes.
Thank you, Teddy. First, I would like to welcome everyone here in our beautiful city of Burgas. As many events as this as possible in the Congress Center will be great for the ecosystem. I have the pleasure to be the chairman of the board of the Southeast Digital Innovation Hub, which received a seal of excellence in the last call, and hopefully will start executing our project over the next year. Also, I am a chairman of the ICT cluster in Burgas, which is the youngest but most dynamic ICT cluster in Bulgaria. We already have more than 30 members in our digital ecosystem, and we are open for different opportunities with other clusters. We are presented in the European cluster collaboration platform. Actually, it will sound a little maybe unhumble, but in the southeastern region of Bulgaria, we are the only cluster that is positioned, recognized, and registered in the platform. That's pretty much it for us.
Yes, so thank you for these opening words. I mean, we know each other very well, and we know each other through the clusters. So this is, I mean, the first answer, I think, how clusters are helping to build a community, because knowing each other through the clusters activities, we are already kind of, though representing different sectors, we kind of working towards being a community. Daniel, would be interesting to know, because with your work with Enterprise European Network, from your perspective, how clusters are helping their, I mean, their members, and to not within the cluster, but also creating different communities, using, for example, the network of Enterprise European Network.
Maybe Dani, if you allow me to
Yes, please.
to just enter a few words here. As a cluster, I can share one experience that we had in 2020, when were the hardest COVID times. We had one company. It's a software development company. They do PHP scripts for web developers, and they work worldwide. They contacted us with the requirement of option to sell their business to foreign investors. We did a few negotiations with companies from the States, also from Estonia, and last year they managed to sell their business to one Estonian investors. And the reason I'm saying is that we did this before being a part of the Enterprise Europe network. And now, after we are part of the Enterprise Europe network and shared the database with more than 5,000 opportunities that are presented from the network, now the number of that type of requests of our members is increased many times. So that's maybe one of the major activities of the clusters, to be part of networks like EEN, so they can offer many more opportunities to the members.
You kind of answered to my second question, but I'll still want to hear.
Yes, well, on the one thing, this is how the network enables and enhances building international partnerships. But getting back to how clusters contribute to this community building, clusters, we have over 10 years of experience in working with clusters, even nearly 15, when these were only emerging structures at that time, back in time. The cluster itself, it implies for having different types of organizations working together. So normally it would it would bring together businesses, it would connect them with research institutes or research organizations. It would also have in its structure non-for-profit organizations, some analytical research think tanks, so that it basically, it's the cluster itself is a community of different types of stakeholders. Quite often the clusters have this geographical proximity, and they're also well connected with the regional authorities, with the municipalities, with the regional governments. The idea of the clusters is to optimize the resources, the performance, the capacity of the companies involved in the cluster. For instance, when there is a big offer, big request from a company that cannot be taken, cannot be implemented by one single SME in Bulgaria. Normally, it shares its resources with other similar SMEs, and in this way, they, on the one hand, respond successfully to this big contract that is the demand side, and on the other hand, they're no longer competitors while doing this contract. Then at a later stage, of course, they may become again competitors if they manage to perform individually. But in Bulgaria, in the past 10, 15 years, many clusters were established. They were like mushrooming because at that time it was very attractive to apply for cluster funding, for this grant funding, and many of them we had an analysis, a research that we made. Many of them did not survive after the grant was over, after the contract was over, which is normal. The ones that are successful and still performing are the ones that were business driven, set up on the basis of business intercluster interaction, and they only had this grant support as an additional support, as an added value coming from the operational programs, but not the driver behind the cluster. So whenever it's business driven or research driven, it stays vital over time. So this is how it's on the one hand helps to build regional communities. On the other hand, it itself is a result of the interaction within a community of various types of stakeholders.
Yes, thank you. And Petko, when it comes, because you're also representing a cluster, but correct me if I'm wrong, the cluster is part of the digital hub, right?
Yes.
So for example, where do you see, is the digital hub like another umbrella for the platform for the SMEs and the different stakeholders which are part? So is it, do you see it as a different type of community? What is basically, can you give?
Well, if I turn back the time, it was 6 years ago since we created the ICT cluster here in Burgas with the idea to unite the IT companies in one cluster. And 2 years ago, when we created the Digital Innovation Hub, the idea of the Southeast Digital Innovation Hub was to unite the active players in the ecosystem in the southeastern region and in Burgas in general, which included the municipality of Burgas, the industrial and logistic park, the 2 universities that we have here, and the ICT cluster as part of the ecosystem. So if we say that the digital hub is an umbrella, yes, it's the unity that combines the whole ecosystem.
Yes, it's like a platform again, basically, you to kind of stay connected and to even find solutions to work towards different projects and ideas.
Absolutely. But the companies that are presented in the ICT companies that are presented in the ICT cluster, they are the same and in the hub as well, so part of the ecosystem.
And one question, because Danny referred to the times when the clusters start operating here on the market, because it would be good to touch the point in the time frame that we have to talk about the innovative cluster. But do you feel first, before talking about the innovative cluster, do you think there is a good understanding about what is a cluster here on the market? And do you feel that the companies and the different players understand how stronger and what basic is the added value of going together, creating a cluster or creating a different hub? I mean, we are not going in so depth in that, but then we will jump on the innovative cluster, because to be innovative, I mean, first you should understand the first point of.
Well, I'm now thinking of an example to answer with, like a showcase. In the past, one of the most popular clusters, that whenever one hears a cluster, it comes to one's mind that it's, for instance, the automobile cluster, because it has the central big enterprise that is producing the automotive products, the automobiles, but then it has all over very different in size and in subject of activity, in area of activity, different companies all around. In Bulgaria, one of a company that is called Spinoff, in some years ago, maybe 10 years ago, it needed something to innovate because it was facing like some difficulties in the market performance. And what they did is they started re-engineering, doing re-engineering in their activities. They started buying the robots from the automotive industry, from the automotive cluster, for instance, in Germany, the robots that are in the Mercedes, for instance, company, these robots are used for not more than 2 years. Afterwards, even though they're working, they're just taken out of the production line and new ones are introduced. And what this Bulgarian company did is to buy these robots here, to do re-engineering and design a completely new application of the robots using only the mechanical construction, but then programming the robot and then doing all the software and the application completely new. And in this way, they started making a lot of new products and diversified their production. When thinking about clusters, it is always an opportunity that one company may see being part of a cluster in interacting with all the others. And again, the added value that we often see is that sometimes when competing companies see joint opportunities, they join their efforts and then they start working together, which adds value to their capacity.
Yes, that's perfectly answer the question. And Petko, would you like to add something? Because I will give another example, which basically even competing companies, when they're jointly together within a cluster, they become stronger, more competitive, but there is a real chance to take new business, which is good for everyone, because no matter that it's competing, when there is a business opportunity, more SMEs and actors are benefiting.
And this is how actually the innovation happens, because all these companies together in the cluster, they stimulate the development of new technologies, they accelerate learning, and this is the right formula for the innovation to happen. So I think that this is what makes the cluster innovation cluster.
Yes, and also within the cluster, participation of the universities and research centers, basically, this is actually also helping, not also, but this is basically helping to the exchange of the knowledge and to go further. A similar example of yours that you give, I mean, Chris earlier presents me that apart from the clusters, I'm also leading the Bulgarian Convention Bureau, and every convention bureau, it's a pure format of a cluster, because you have the different players from one ecosystem, for example, convention center, hotels, service providers. So when all these players together apply, for example, to bring one international event in the country, for bringing the international event, benefits the conference center, but then benefits the hotels, the catering companies, the audiovisual companies, and make popular the city, which without the help of the municipality, it will not be shown in the best possible way. So actually from one project, the event, everyone from this benefits, which is exactly happening in every cluster activity.
It is actually taking, the note on this. It is actually the complementarity within the cluster that makes it strong. Quite often, because you asked whether there's a common understanding of what a cluster is, quite often people associated with or think that a cluster is an association of given businesses. Associations are different things. Associations are alliances of businesses in a given sector, some kind of a branch alliances, while the clusters are more alliances of different types of organizations that complement each other, and each one is adding value to the overall performance of the cluster. So that's the big difference between associations and clusters, which are often mixed.
And because you, Petko mentioned as well that it's driving the innovation. So can we talk about innovative clusters? Is it fine for us to talk about that?
Of course.
Okay. So
I think over these couple of days, yesterday and today, innovation is one of the most often words
used here. So what are, Petko, maybe you would like to say a few words? Where?
Like I said, you need the right formula to create the innovation. Innovation is like water; it finds its path on its own. But once you have all the different ingredients in the ecosystem, the universities, the companies, the labs, and that's how you actually stimulate the creation of innovation. That's how you stimulate the development of the new technologies, and this is the way the innovation is born. So maybe this is what every cluster needs in order to become innovative.
And do you think that there is a change of the tools? For example, what tools you use to connect with, for example, the members? How important is basically to keep them informed, because also they're part of these ingredients? Because if the core is not strong, then I mean it's difficult to go for the innovation. So on a daily life.
Well, it's a big toolkit. It's a big toolkit in the cluster, but maybe the most important tools in the toolkit, it's first of all the sharing of knowledge, the sharing of resources, the sharing of experience, either it is good or bad. The access to funding is something that it's crucial for all of the members. The facilitating contacts, connecting the companies with the municipality, with the science research centers, universities. This is also maybe one of the most important tools.
And Dani, through the network of EEN, is it well understood as well how basically the SMEs clusters and the different organizations can make the best out of staying connected or using the platform of EEN?
Yes, the network is organizing a lot of matchmaking events, business to business, but also cluster to cluster events where clusters can meet. It is not a requirement there to have only the cluster as a legal entity. It is not restricted only to clusters, but normally clusters with their administrative body, with their management, together with many companies from the cluster, meet there and build either partnerships or industrial partnerships or joint research projects, because when clusters get together, they have much higher capacity to compete at the level of at the level of the European Union for big research or innovative projects, and they have the potential to use all the knowledge within the cluster, from the research institutes, from the companies, from the small ones, from the bigger ones that are clustering all the others around the bigger ones. So the network is helping both companies and clusters to build international partnerships.
Yes, I would say, as a conference organizer, as a person who deeply believes in the events, I would say that I bridge all businesses, SMEs, clusters to basically use the platform, to be part, to recognize what the meaning of being part of a network. And when going to events like this, the conference, every conversation can be turned to a potential partnership. It's extremely important to go to the matchmaking events and to try to understand what is who is this business partner, what they can bring on the table, because the communication and that part of the communication is extremely important to drive innovation and to share experience and values. So I would like to ask you, probably as a final question, what is the key success factors for effective clustering?
Well, if I have to think of successful clustering and key factors, maybe it's three factors that came up in my mind. First of all, that we mentioned previous, it's the sharing. It's the most important thing when you are part of an ecosystem or when you are part of cluster. It's the sharing. Either you will share your resources, knowledge, experience. The first thing you have to do is to be able to share. The second, this is the integrity. Because yes, we are colleagues in the clusters, but at the same time, we are competitors as well. So we have to have this integrity. And maybe the third thing is unity, because only united we can stand strong. And if you, since we are in Burgas and we are based on the sea coast, if you allow me to make one marine slang, if we take a look at the ecosystem and the cluster as one shipyard, where we have different wooden boards, nails, instead of each one of us trying to create a small boat or a raft, we have to act as one and build one big ship that can resist a stronger waves and stormy winds and reach safer and faster to the final destination and to the final shore. Maybe that's a successful clustering.
Thank you.
Yeah, I could draw 3 success factors from my experience in working with the clusters. Number one is the trust among all the participants in the cluster. Number 2 is the intercluster interaction and collaboration. So not just a bunch of organizations, but rather ones that are having businesses that are interacting in between and having contracts, be it research contracts or business ones. And the third one is to be proactive. I can maybe give again an example with the Enterprise Europe network. It's a network that cannot guarantee that whatever support we provide, it will lead to a result. But the network provides opportunities, and it is up to the companies and to the clusters to be proactive and seek and grasp the best opportunities, and out of several of them to get a successful contract. So being proactive is very, very important, and then looking out for all the opportunities provided by the Enterprise Europe network, by the network of digital innovation hubs. All that is out there, it will not come by itself. It is the other way around, bottom up. It's the companies and the clusters that need to grasp the opportunities to translate it into practical success.
Yes, and I will basically, to summarize what just been said, it is extremely important to be proactive. Even we've seen it now being at the coffee break and during the lunch. If you want to make new connections, you need to be proactive. So for the SMEs and for the clusters, I would summarize that they should be looking for the opportunities on the different networks to see what's available and happening on a daily basis and weekly on Enterprise European Network, as well as European Cluster Collaboration Platform, because they can find there a lot of new members. They see the open projects, the different missions and matchmaking events. Trust is extremely important, because not only when we have, if we are partners, competitors, I mean, to stay on one boat, we should trust and also to share values. So thank you very much. I know that we are a bit pressed with the time, so we try to keep it short, but thank you very much for being together on the stage.
Thank you, Teddy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you as well.
Hello, thank you also from my side. We are straight continuing with the next presentation and the next panel, which is also in the terms of ecosystems, but on a more international level, pan-European ecosystems and their role, how they can influence, support, regulate innovation, and the topic of spin-offs. Here we have representatives from Austria, Clemens Wasner, Andy Bleeden from Edge Alliance, Montse Daban, Biocat, Bioregion of Catalonia, Maria Bonani Institute of Entrepreneurship and Development, Benjamin Tallinn from Modern Digital. I'm not sure if he's here, we will see. So I would like to check, is Clemens already online?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Nice to have you here. Can we see him? Or Clemens, do you have a presentation, or do you want to talk?
I can make this via talking. I think that's easier. Also better for the discussion later on.
Yes, it's okay. Yeah, now we can see you. Yeah, I would like you to start a little bit of a short introduction. I know you have many hats, but your main activity is in the field of artificial intelligence, or one of your main activities. So maybe a short introduction from yourself, and a little bit also a little bit on insight on the European AI Forum, where AI Austria, which you're president and co-founder, AI Bulgaria are also part of, and also the role of ADRA, what it is, how the pan-European ecosystem connect, interact, what are the benefits of them. So I would ask you for a short introduction of yourself and these organizations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for throwing the ball to me. So yeah, let's start with the easy part, with the self-introduction. My name is Clemens Wasner. I'm the founder of an AI startup in Austria. We're like sort of an old startup. We founded in 2017. And at the same time, as Carl-Johan mentioned, the founder of the Austrian AI Association called AI Austria, which is also on this t-shirt. Before that, and I think that's sort of relevant for the context today, I spent more than 10 years in Asia. I was 7 years in Japan and 3 years in China between 2006 and 2016. And this was definitely one of the driving forces that brought me into AI again, because back then in the old times I was studying computer science, but then I switched it to a different area. But seeing how Asian economies, how East Asian politics and decision makers and research institutions, how they dealt with the topic of artificial intelligence, how they made it a central part of policy and industrial programs, was really an eye-opening event for me, because at that time, thinking of 2014 and 15, there was not so much, especially positive resonance to this topic within Europe. So once I returned to Europe in 2016, it was quite clear that I want to go the technical route again and to do something with AI. And this is how in 2017, both the company and the association was formed. Regarding the other, let's say, organizations and setups and events that Kaloyan mentioned. Cross-border collaboration was, I mean, it's for me, it was sort of natural because first of all, I was coming from abroad after 10 years. Second, Austria is a relatively small country. It's not relatively, it is a small country, just 9 million people. So if you want to make a cross-border initiative on a European level, or if you want to make a large event with an international impact, it was logical that you cooperate with other, let's say, with either with other nonprofits or with other countries as such. And so we started actually together with Kaloyan and Christina from the AI Cluster Bulgaria in 2019, a format that was called Borderless AI, where, for example, we invited representatives from the city of Vienna and the city of Sofia for an exchange what is going on in the respective cities, like investments in science, business initiatives, EU programs, and so on. And yeah, to cut this short, over time, we found like-minded organizations, which now total 10 or 11, and we formed the European AI Forum, which is now one of the largest events for decision makers. We host this twice a year. We regularly welcome their EU commissioners, ministers from the 27 member states, secretaries, like for digitalization and so on. So it's quite high level. And I could say, because the topic that you also had in the previous session, like clusters and international network, I think one clear benefit I see of an organization like the European AI Forum is that you get the critical mass to really discuss from a startup and business community level how regulation should be shaped. Because very often, if a new regulation is put in place, you would read in the newspapers, yeah, the big companies did lobbying. Just think of the large US IT corporations. But afterwards, it is always framed in a way that Europe didn't really have its say. And we found out that the organization like the European AI Forum is really a pretty strong leverage in that regard, because we are just so large. So it's just so incredibly large if you put all these organizations together. Yeah, coming, let's say, to the last part of this relatively long introduction, Kaloyan also mentioned ADRA. This is the AI Data and Robotics Association. This is one of around approximately 15 public-private partnerships which have been initiated by the European Commission and which are now running for 7 years. The goal of ADRA is to build, first of all, to be central in, to operationalize the digital agenda and the digital strategy of the EU in the field of AI data and robotics. And to fulfill this, the task is to define projects which will be later handled mostly via Horizon calls, with a sum of up to 2.6 billion euros. Yeah, this is like in a very nutshell. ADRA was formed last year. That's why perhaps you haven't heard so much about it, but this will now dramatically increase. How can you envision what ADRA is doing? The European Commission is preparing its working program always in 2-year steps. So the next 2 years, the next 2 year slices are 23 and 24. And if the Commission now wants to put a special focus, let's say AI on energy security or trustworthy AI, they typically have a regular exchange with the respective PPPs to talk what should be written in the working program and what should later on be implemented via a Horizon call. So ADRA, so to say, if you leave the national governments aside, is basically the only direct way that you have to interact, let's say, as an AI company or as a research institution with the EC. So ADRA works via memberships. It's if you know previous public-private partnerships like EU robotics, you probably know the drill. It's based on the membership. The work there happens along working groups, and it is really important to stress that irrespective of the size of your organization, if you're part of a working group and you're part of ADRA, you have direct access to the EC to present your standpoints, because it's not like the vice presidents of ADRA would present the results all by themselves. This is really happening from the working groups with the responsible people at the EC. And yeah, I think this brings me to the end of the introduction. I especially look forward to the discussion with the other panelists and to my great hosts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Clemens. Always, as usual, inspirational. I want to share with our audience that actually, thanks to you, thanks to your effort, thanks to your inspiration, the Bulgarian AI cluster become part of the pan-European AI and robotic ecosystem. For sure, great things will coming up from this collaboration. In the morning session, we share with a representative of the European Parliament about our organization, about our plans, and it's happened that we face a really strong support. And for sure, we are only one step to create probably the biggest AI and robotic ecosystem. And thanks again for your support in all time, because we were 3 years ago like babies, but now we are walking and running quite wildly. Now I want to invite on the stage, of course, to joining us Montse Deban, who is representing bioregion of Catalonia, and Inaxe. I think that more female on the stage will be quite pretty to have. While she coming next to us on the stage, of course, it's time for me to provide the word to Andy Bleeden from Edge Alliance. We're starting with the hugest, actually, life sciences and health network and communication. So, Andy, can you hear us? Oh, well.
I sure can. The trouble is, sometimes I find it hard to press the unmute button, and even harder to press the mute button. So it's nice to meet you. And
nice to see you. Yeah. Okay, Andy, please share with our audience, of course, what the Edge Alliance do and what are the profit of being part of such a huge network. And of course, we'll appreciate if you share with us some of the future upcoming plans of the network, because I know the program is quite intense.
If your technical people can let me share my screen, I'll share some slides. I don't know if that's possible. Whilst there's some panic looks, I'll wait and talk a little bit about what we do. And then
the colleagues, yeah, we see the presentation.
Ah, wonderful. Okay, now then, let's skip through to the next slide straight away. Because the good news is you can see these, but I can't because I haven't got my glasses on. And if I put my glasses on, I can't see you. So I have to guess which slide we're up to and where we're up to. Just a little bit about us. For those people who don't know us, my name is Andy Bleeden. I work for the ECH Alliance. We're a member organisation. What that means in practice is many of our members who are there today already are members of us. Many of those are not-for-profits. Many of the speakers today are also members of us. So we're a wider network and a global network, not focused on one country. We also have a large network of people who are part of our community we've set up all over the globe, about 23,000 people now, with about 930, 940 member organizations, including, I'm proud to say, Christina and the ecosystem there in Bulgaria. We bring our members together in a network of ecosystems all over the globe, which I shall show you in a moment. And we're proud that Bulgaria is part of that network. And it's really important because that's the way we connect up need and solution across the globe. We do many other things that you can see in front of you, but I think today what's important is to see where we can start to connect up some dots with spin-offs and startups there in Bulgaria with the rest of the globe. As I said, we're a member organisation. We go on to the next slide. You'll see why people join us. Many reasons. All the classic things you get from being in a member organisation: speaking slots, discount tickets, funding alerts, etc. But also the chance to promote your organisation, whether you're a for-profit or a not-for-profit. because we want to see both need and solution, okay? And we match those together in what we call our intelligence network, which is our ecosystem network. Joining us means that you're able not just to talk within Bulgaria, but to use that soft landing zone, but in other countries. Our concept of ecosystems is very basic, which I'll talk about in a moment. But by becoming a member of us, you're becoming one of those other dots that we've got. We're a connector, so we connect up the dots in digital health. Let's go on to the next slide and talk about our ecosystems. We have a very non-complex idea about ecosystems. So you're not going to hear me today talk about ecosystem 4.2 or any of that rubbish. I don't believe in it. Ecosystems should be simple, I think. They should be multi-stakeholder. They should be permanent, with regular gatherings, bringing all the stakeholders of health together, leading with need first. That's important for us. Matching need and solution, breaking down silos, transforming healthcare, but also creating economic opportunity. So there's a place at the table for patients and companies, startups and third sector. But we bring those together on a regular basis and get international collaboration between what is now a growing network of ecosystems. We're going to the next slide. You'll see where some of those are. And some of the speakers today actually work within some of those networks as well. So we've got ecosystems in countries ranging from Argentina all the way across to Australia and all the ways in between. We're opening up new ecosystems in Africa. These are new opportunities for our members, new opportunities to scale up and go into new markets. We're really proud that we've got a bustling, busy network of ecosystems, especially in Central and Eastern Europe. And that matters because what we're able to do is to transform and promote what's great and good around subjects like AI, you heard Clemens talk about, but also with Christina's group. Not just across Bulgaria, not just across Central Europe, but across all of these networks of ecosystems. So Christina's been very, 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 very kind to present to and with our ecosystems around the globe. But these are great points of collaboration and soft landing zones for you if you join our network. Because these ecosystems like to collaborate. They share best practice and need across each other too. Because they also see the benefit for their members. Their versions of the Bulgarian cluster also want to meet and bring you in and get doing business with you. So that's another benefit for joining us. That network's also deep. So in some countries, like in Spain, and you'll hear colleagues from Catalonia talking later on, we've got a deep network of not one, but 6 ecosystems. It's the same in Finland, UK. We're building it up in France as well. Let's go on to the next slide, and I'm going to stop showing slides and get back to the conversation. This is an invitation for people. If you're interested in thematic work, we also have established a number of thematic ecosystems, some of which would be interesting for some of the people who've spoken earlier on today, whether it's to do with, pick 2 here, for instance, digital health data, or women's health, or mental health. We use these as a cross-border way of collaboration, bringing the same concept as we talked about with the geographic ecosystems, but on a cross-border basis. Matching need and solution again, but also looking at where we can get new projects, new collaboration, and most important for you, new areas to go and make new business in. Let's stop sharing slides now and let's get back to the conversation, because I'm eager to hear what other people have got to say, because we're here to connect more dots, not just listen to me talk. So that's enough from me. If you've got any questions, I'll put in the chat function, if those people are online can see it, a contact for me. But also, you'll see contacts at this slideshow afterwards. If you want to connect with me, please do. You can email me, andy@echalliance.com directly, and I look forward to hearing from you. Let's get back to listen to Christina. Over to you, Christina.
Yeah, sure. Andy, actually, it is I'm quite passionate about being here with you and Clemens so far. Of course, the rest of the participants also will show us a great opportunities. But the thing is that actually we as a community, as an ecosystem, we combining the both world, artificial intelligence and robotic from one hand, and health and life sciences from other hand. By being a small country, actually Bulgaria can contribute by connecting both worlds. And I will be more than happy after the event to think probably together with Clemens how to unite it together both communities, because the true innovation and the true human well-being is hidden between the technology. So I'm really happy to see you on board. Can you please very briefly share what, because I know you're making so many initiatives, so many events, and I'm really appreciate that you joining us today. Can you share what is probably one to the most recent event that you're organizing?
Okay, just briefly, and I'll put the details again in the chat function for people to follow up on. If you go on to, actually, if you're organized, you skip the not the next slide, but the slide after. That's the one. No, backwards. Look at that. I can do, no, the one with the digital health society on it. Next one.
I'm sorry, but yeah.
No worries. Next one. No.
It's usual normal. Come on.
That's it. Stop there. So we've established a data arm, which is the Digital Health Society. We will be having our next Digital Health Society Summit in October the 4th to the 5th. It's free. Everything about health data will be there. We've got a great range of speakers. It's free to attend. It's virtual, online. It's a 2-day event. If you're interested in AI, data, and all the things that fall in between, that's a fantastic event to come to. If you're interested in that, I'll put the link in the chat function any moment now. The second event we're looking to do, we have a number of what we call flagship events for our members. So rather than just bombarding you with lots and lots of dates for meetings, we pick 6, 7, 8 that we're going to partner with global partners, like the American Telemed Association, like Health in Las Vegas. There's an example. In November, between the 12th and 16th, we'll be leading a delegation to Health in Las Vegas. Now, we've got a number of opportunities we provide to take our members there and showcase our members at events like that in Las Vegas over a 3 or 4 day period. These are fantastic opportunities to get exposure for people who are passionate about AI or robotics, because there's similar people engaged over there, direct into the American, US market and beyond. Similarly, in the same month, it's all getting a bit crazy because we're not only going to be in Las Vegas. The Global Health Connector partnership we formed will also be presenting within Africa, in Kenya, in Nairobi, and also just because we can spread ourselves out a bit, we're also looking to then be in India with a partner, global health partner called the Health Parliament, talking with and engaging with our Indian ecosystem network. And that's a fantastic opportunity to get deep immersion in a brand new economy, a brand new set of opportunities to learn from and engage with, especially for startups from Bulgaria. So there's not one, there's not two, there's 4 opportunities there, and the initiatives that we're involved with. If you're interested in finding out any more about those, I will put my email address in the chat function, and I'll try and post as well some of the details about those events for you to engage with as well. But there's my email address. Does that answer one of your questions there, Christina? If it doesn't, I've got.
Fortunately, the time is quite short. Our idea was, but information is too big, so we just let's say scratching the topics, and I'm sure that we will make going deeper next time, probably making bigger event, how to combine the goal of the organization. So thank you a lot, Andy, for being here with us, just to showing the yeah, the contact.
What I wanted to mention is when we speak about health data spaces, we had Thomas from Digital Europe also today, who is responsible for health data spaces. And it sounds like AI will play a big role also in the digital health, that could play a big role.
Yes.
Also.
It is already actually.
Crucial role,
Okay.
a crucial role.
Thank you, Andy. Now I want to give a floor to Maria Fornari from the Institute of Entrepreneurship and Development. Actually, with Maria, we having a long-term partnership from the Greek side, a very trusted and very strong partner with a lot of very interesting projects. So, Maria.
Hello everyone. Thank you. I hope you hear me, right?
We can hear you, just wait. Yeah, and we can see you.
Perfect. Hi.
Pleasure to see you.
Pleasure to see you as well. And congratulations. Like, honestly, I'm not surprised, but I'm overwhelmed of how incredibly extroverted Bulgaria, if I may call it as a country, has become, mostly thanks to you, because I see that you are a connector here. You connect the dots. So thank you for today. Thank you for yesterday. I attended yesterday's presentations and some of them really hit me. The networking is amazing, and the whole team, thanks to the panelists. The panel is also, I mean, it appears to be quite fruitful, the conversation and what each of us have to say. I'll just share very quickly because I know I'll have to rush. I'll just share some of the slides to give you an insight.
Just the technical team to provide you the right for sharing.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I can share that there was fantastic initiative that I earlier mentioned about the corridor of 13 digital innovation hub dedicated on digital health is actually with not only support, but let's say inspired, organized and managed by Maria in the Institute. When we share this know-how, actually a great interest becomes. So Maria, we count on you for many more ecosystem and pan-European support, because I believe that we like already each other, the first condition, and now a huge amount of work in front of us. So yeah, we see the presentation, you can start.
Great. And not just that, I think that after today, we're going to tighten up a bit things with Andy and with Clemens, why not? So let's see what happens after today. So to be very quick, we have the Institute of Entrepreneurship Development and our latest venture, which is Joist Innovation Park. Here, as you can see, the Institute is a European Center of Excellence since 2005. You can see some very amazing numbers of ours, which also show how big and how significant a network we have. So what we provide here, what we have here at Joist Innovation Park is practically a physical and digital ecosystem, a phygital ecosystem that boosts innovation, and we try to bridge the gap as well. We identify problems, and since we're talking today and during these 2 days about spin-offs and about ideas and innovation, we try to identify innovative ideas and research so that whatever happens in the lab does not stay in the lab, and how to bring people together and actors together, and how to also assist companies address their multidimensional needs. Here you can see some of the solutions, so how we can link innovation with edutainment. This is very, it's something very appealing towards students, school students, university students, but also elderly people, because we should not forget about these age groups as well. Here you can see how we have formed more or less the ecosystem of ours. So you see the innovation part, you can see the incubators and accelerators that are part of our ecosystem. We do not incubate, we do accelerate. However, we're not an accelerator. We strongly collaborate with science parks, with digital innovation hubs and European digital innovation hubs. We also provide and collaborate with co-working spaces, and of course with competency centers. Here, I would also like to mention that the Institute coordinates one European digital innovation hub focusing on health, the Health Hub, and we also coordinate a competency center named PITHIA, also focusing on health. Here you can see a competition mapping, and competition in the meaning of not who we have to compete, but to know what else is out there. So you can see here the holistic approach of ours. So you see the science development, including science parks and technology parks and the labs, of course, how we bring these together, and then how you bring also the startups, the incubators, accelerators, and the hubs through co-working spaces, but not only, so that you bring them together and in a holistic approach to help them thrive and, you know, bring what each of them has to show. In Joist, we have a platform of services. You can see the different bits and parts of the puzzle. So play and learn, create, fund, work, meet and connect, and grow. Very quickly, you can see here part of the path. So we aggregate innovation from all over the world, because whatever I have been showing to you is not just, it does not only happen in Greece, apparently. We're talking about European and international collaborations. So we aggregate innovation to help it develop, to offer expertise, and then help ideas reach the market. We have the 4 ecosystems of Joist: educational, technology, agrotech, e-health, of course, and e-tourism. Technology we use is artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, and VR and AR, which is not something that we develop alone, but of course we welcome partners from abroad and from Greece that give this technology to our partners. And why we're different, I won't show you here what we have, I'll just skip it very quickly. The ecosystem that we have built, we are not a network, but as my dear Andy keeps mentioning on how they connect the dots, this is something we do as well, in a bit different way, but it's something that we do. So you see Joist and the Institute in the middle, and then we have a number of competency centers, cooperatives, and community around us. And again, universities, startups, I mean, the wider circle. I would like to stay as well to government and public bodies. I was very enthusiastic yesterday about the presentation that the municipality of Sofia and the Invest organization gave. It was very aspiring. And it's one of the reasons why we collaborate very closely with the public sector as well. And here you can see the linkages we do. So practically, you can see how we initiate with matching innovation and ideation, how we help it turn into a concept, how to present the concept, how to develop it actually, and then how to test and develop it after it grows, and so that it ends up in the market. Here you can see some things about edutainment, the future learning lab of ours, the innovation transfer office, something very, very important, because again, innovation is something that has to travel. It's so broad that we need to make it sometimes to narrow it down so that we can bring it to people. And last, I would like also to mention that EU-funded projects is a very, very significant part of what the Institute does. So we have the EU Calls platform. It's all ours, and I'm very proud of it. So you can become member there to the biggest community for EU funding in Europe, with more than 4,400 partners and more than 25,000 users. And there you can register, and we can bring you not only one, but many steps closer to your future consortia. So thank you very much. I hope I was fast enough.
Thank you, Maria. Actually, I was really, really lucky to being part of opening of Joist, and from first expression, the place that you created is a Spinoff factory, a real one. With very interesting models, and other thing that make me a very strong impression that we are much alike, the strong ecosystem, the presenters from academia, from government, from scientific world, from business. So Maria, it's pleasure as always to work with you. From what I understand, we for sure we're supposed to think for a very certain workshop for this model that you point us how it could be recreated, especially in our region, because unfortunately the common problems we have on Eastern Europe, as we spoke several times. So thank you again for being with us, and very soon I hope that we can see each other. And the last online participant.
Just one comment. I'm happy that you have the event today in Burgas. It's good to see big things happen, not just in capitals, because we're not located in Athens. We are in Larissa. So it's great to have such a great event in Burgas. Just that. Thanks. And I shut up.
Thank you. And the last online participant before going on the studio with Monse, which is just right now training, I see she's having a lot of things to share with us, is Benjamin Tallin, who is more than digital platform representative, but also for the Benjamin, I can say that he is one of the greatest connector I know. So we make a lot of dots, Benjamin. Probably from your experience, it's good to describe us how to actually connect those points, and of course sharing the best know-how for the spin-offs creation coming from the Dutch market, because we know that you're experienced there. Hi.
Thank you very much. And it's actually very funny, because everything I'm fighting against we have been now listening to for 40 minutes. It's pretty much all this bullshit and marketing being put out there, that everybody is so great, everybody has so great things to offer. It's so great that everybody has so many events, and all these events are pretty much useless, to be honest. Because I'm working now for innovation for over a dozen different governments. I was advising over years so many different networks, EU commissions and whatever. The problem is always we are being stuck in this, everybody is so great. I mean, we listened now for 40 minutes, some sales pitches from different networks, instead of actually going to the real core of what the problem is. And the problem is that we have too much talking, and we have too much just sitting together and just being together, and actually not enough looking for solutions what actually might help. And that's actually why the cradle what I had, and that's why I don't have a presentation to share with you. So for everybody who is looking for the marketing sales pitch here, unfortunately I don't have one. Modern Digital grew to an international leading digital innovation initiative. We're helping over 2.5 million executives worldwide by looking for highly scalable solutions. So that is the only thing what we are doing. And the problem is, when we are speaking of connecting different ecosystems, it's always what we have seen here. That's exactly what I told you. Everybody is like, come to us, come to us, come to us, come to us. So it's literally like just in the panel before, we were hearing things about how to collaborate, and our panel till now was literally just like, come to me, because that my awesome network is there. So we see why it's not working. So what we need to actually elaborate is, how can we better connect itself? I mean, that is why the European digital innovation hubs are not working. That is why most international networks are not working. There are so many particular interests. There are so many people just actually filling their own pockets without thinking of the greater mission to be accomplished. And that was actually the reason why, after many years of advising governments and commissions and whatever, I just took it in my own hand and said, like, fuck it, I don't want to play this game anymore. I don't want to have this my interest is here and my interest is their game. I want to look for the right solutions. And that was actually why it's so funny that we have now this block here of pretty much everything I'm fighting against pressed into 40 minutes of we are so great, we are so good. And the problem what we really have is, when we are talking about startups, they don't profit from events, they don't profit from some promises, they don't profit from some memberships. What they really profit from is actually getting visibility. What startups need is getting visibility, first customers. What they really need is actually get to pilot projects. That's why, Maria, I loved your approach, that you're actually bringing together different stakeholders with a different system. But the problem itself is that we are always just speaking of pan-European networks or international networks. as a thing to connect, but the reality is, I mean, if it would work, what everybody is promising, then we would have a great working ecosystem, right? The problem is it isn't working because there are too many interests involved in that. And when we are really looking into pan-European or international networking, how they should be evolving, there is a great example from Silicon Valley. It's not the formal structures of some venture clubs and memberships here and whatever. It's actually when the ecosystem is free to roam. It's when information is flowing, when people are connecting, when people are interconnected. And that is happening in the US way better because we don't have, in Europe, we have so many different languages. We have so many barriers in between. So we really need to look at a solution where it comes to a real pan-European network and not just like 50 different networks fighting with each other, who has a membership for what. And I guess that should be the discussion point when you're here. And then I also finish because I don't want to stress now also the time, because that is really what we should be discussing and not having sales pitches of come to be my member. We should be more discussing of how can we actually cross collaborate, how can we break down borders, and that is actually what Modern Digital tries to do, and where I pay the price for it because I don't want to do the other way around. And there is a hard way to it, and we have to face the challenge that there is a reality that there are too many involved interests in this, and that is why the European innovation ecosystem was never actually growing, was never actually bringing something down to the floor, and why it's always struggling with the same problems for the last 10 years, despite of all these billions and millions flowing into connections, whatever. And I'm now the bummer here, but it's just simply the reality after advising so many governments and initiatives.
Thank you, Benjamin. As always, very punctual, very to the point, and probably you taking partially my ending speech, so it's good. I will save some time at the end. Thank you again. Lucky to having you on board in the next to our team as a partner, as a friend. So looking forward to see you in person very soon. Thank you again. And going back here in this lovely room with Monse Daban. Monse.
Hello.
Thank you.
Testing this also.
First of all, thank you for joining us on live, because otherwise me and Kawi are just speaking with the screen. So thank you again. You have a really great expertise. You have a great know-how. From yesterday, we started to discuss why Bulgaria is so behind when it comes to result next to European projects and program. And the thing that I can share with the audience that when you invite us at the beginning of the last year, at the end of last year, let's do a project together. I was a little bit skeptical because I know that the statistics showing, especially for Bulgarian organization, that less than 8% is having some, let's say, chance to succeed. But it's happened, and thanks to you and to your expertise, of course, the team and the whole consortium, actually, we managed to succeed. So we are a good story, and behind the scene of how to win successful European project next to Horizon, I think that Monse is the person. So Monse, the stage is yours.
Thank you. So first, it's a pleasure being here. It's not only to take part in this conversation, but also being on site means a lot. So it means, and I'm sorry for the other panelists that cannot have the chance that I have to be here and feel the atmosphere, and being yesterday also in the networking event and being together with many stakeholders of the Bulgarian ecosystem, because being on site has a lot of advantages on that sense. And this is what collaboration is about. Let's mention that, of course, pandemics has cut this on-site presence. It spurred collaborations a lot. I mean, collaborations on research were increased during pandemics because of the great challenge, and we go back to the challenges a little bit later. But going back on site means knowing, understanding, stepping on the different environments that you can also experience. And that's for me, it's the value of being here. And thank you for inviting me. We are partners in a project, like Christina said.
This is a very interesting project because we talked today and yesterday about clusters, about collaboration, about what we can do for the spin-offs, for the startups, but how we measure what we are doing. I mean, how we measure if what we do has a success. And we all have programs and services for our companies, but we don't know if what we are doing has an impact. And this is what the project is about. So may I go back to the, this big screen that you have with all the logos supporting. I don't know if it's possible, but I would like to bring your attention to 3 logos that are there. Actually, 2 logos and a name. It's Inaxe. This is the name of a project that still has no logo. So that's why this is so new. It just started in July. We're still working with the image. And then there are other 2 logos. One is BioCat. This is my organization. The other is the Council of European Bioregions, which I am the honor also to be the vice president for this network. This is a network of about 40 clusters in Europe, a little bit over 40. And we are members there. We collaborate. And this is an incredible opportunity also to be connected to other organizations like yours, to find the common challenges and to draw the shared pathway. So this is what all we are talking about now is about. So again, going back to the success, an EU-funded project is not anymore something that you apply to have funds to do what you want to do, because there's a shared agenda. And there are some things that for Europe are crucial now. And what we have to do is align our needs to what the policies in Europe look like now and go for it. So this is a little bit the story of success. I also shared with Cristina yesterday that a success in Catalonia is really successful. Barcelona and Catalonia, we are really successful attracting EU funds. But it comes in the year 2000, a very wise minister we had launched a strategy that it was people, not projects. So we fund the organizations, we fund the talent, and then we encourage them to go to find funds in Europe and not to play the local league, let's say. So that has pros and cons, but has given us a high competitiveness in Europe. So this is just to mention some of the ideas that also were mentioned yesterday. So if I go back to I have a short presentation to share with you. So because it's going to explain a little bit the story that I'm also commenting on now. So BioCat started in 2006, so it's 16 years. We've been 16 years building an ecosystem in Catalonia. This is one of the strong ecosystems in Europe. We have like 1,500 companies in the region, about 100 research organizations, hospitals, universities, etc. They all work together in what is an innovative ecosystem. And we have a mandate, like all the cluster organizations like ours, to support our stakeholders to go international. And that's one mandate that we are also implementing through our EU projects. If there's no presentation, it's not a big deal because I can just go through it. This is one of the mandates. The other one is, like I mentioned, tackling the shared challenges. There's not only the 2030 agenda anymore. There are a lot of things that have been in between in the last years. Europe, it was mentioned today, has a strong policy on digitalization and on sustainability, of course. How come not? Could be this way. And the other thing is we have to look for impact on what we do. And this is what we are doing in our project. What we've done, and this is an example of how we work, what we've done in the last years is you ask us at a certain point what we can do for the spin-offs, for the startups, and we'll be discussing that. Identifying the needs through surveys, talking to them, knowing in depth the ecosystem. And then, we all share the same challenges. It's tech transfer, it's talent, it's funding, it's about consolidating an industry around, but it's also adopting technology. We talked about them also, those projects. But now we have to cross that with the new ones, with digitalization, with sustainability, with resilience, with recovery, with impact for the people. And this is what we do in our projects. I can do that by myself, yeah. So I think I covered already the first one that I said that we have the mandate to go international and to support our stakeholders, connecting them to other stakeholders, to other organizations like ours in the world. This is what we do. This is not complete, of course, but these are some of the partners we've been working with in the last years from BioCat in Barcelona. So the next thing is finding common challenges and going for European projects that, like, for example, in ACSE, it's mentioned in 2022, 2023, it's going to last for 2 years. We are very proud to be partners with you, Health and Life Sciences Cluster in Bulgaria. But this is the story of projects that we've had in BioCat. And now we are currently 7 EU projects ongoing. And I will talk about INACSE because this is what I came for. So this is an inclusive and aligned innovation agenda across Europe. This is an European innovation ecosystems project that intends with these partners here. It's Medicine in the Paris region, BioRN in the Heidelberg region, BioCat in Catalonia, Danish Life Sciences Cluster, which is a very nice story of merging clusters together. I wish really that Karen could explain that here because this is very interesting. And of course, BioCluster Bulgaria. With CIBER that has these 40 partners in Europe. So what's INACSE about? It's about mapping the ecosystem assets. This is the first thing. We have to know what we have there. I mean, we have a strong business intelligence unit in BioCat that does this. And this is what we are also transferring to our partners in the project. Assessing. So this is very important, knowing what you do, which is the impact of this, how you deliver the service to the ecosystem. So we need to define these impact metrics because this is not very an issue too easy to talk about. So it's it's tricky issue, and sometimes it's about narratives. We have to define these metrics. We have to compare, benchmark our practices, knowing each other, what we do, connecting, strengthening the dialogue, defining this joint long-term program, this common agenda with the shared problems, and then through this pan-European collaboration, transform a more interconnected, inclusive, sustainable, dynamic, and competitive innovation ecosystem across EU. This is what we do. And just very quickly, to show this is what the CIBER is about, the cluster of the Council for European Bioregions, all around Europe. And some examples of what we've done, for example, we've mapped the landscape of biomanufacturing agents all over Europe. We have been collaborating in the COVID-19 challenges that broke some of the industrial ecosystems. And we've also been creating this shared space where to find solutions for our SMEs, our companies, our industry in general, for this resilience, for this recovery of Europe, that is a shared goal for all of us. And I'm just going to stay here.
Thank you, Mose. Inspiration, as always. I can stop myself to ask you so many questions. We will scratch a little bit, of course, the surface, and afterward, during the network, I will try to decode. I'm curious because you have a really impressive result. You mentioned yesterday 90%. You mentioned this very specific thing that the project is supposed to answering a certain question, a certain need of the European Commission. When it comes to spin-off companies in our sector, what, from your point of view, will be the project that supposed to be created to think about what type of ecosystem or partners it's good to start to having as community?
Okay, so when we talk about spin-offs, so we think that it's an idea that comes from the academia and intends to be a business. So that's a very specific moment in the life of a company. You're starting the business, but this is, from our perspective, this is not the real. I mean, starting a company is not really difficult. It is for entrepreneurs, of course, but the problem is keeping that company alive, so that it can be a consolidated company, that it can be grow up, that can be a scale up, that it can be, live through the years and really be producing a technology. So, and we're talking about life sciences, which is a difficult subject in terms of years to be in the market, and at the end of the day, having a product or a technology that has to be adopted by the system, or that it has to be acquired by another company, etc. So probably the thing is, first of all, of course, having this entrepreneurial environment that supports the transfer of knowledge from the research from the lab to into a business, but also having an ecosystem that helps that business to provide for a time, to live for some more years, that just spin off. So it is about knowing which are the main needs from those companies: funding, talent, connections, internationalization, and a supportive, mature environment in which you find all the necessary knowledge to provide for the different aspects of this life of the spin-off and the startup.
Partially answering my next question, but still as a cluster, because this is our job to provide this great infrastructure ecosystem to support this company to growth and to know where they can find the correct matching and partners. In BioCat, how you manage, how are you supporting this company?
Okay, we have, I have to say that we have a deep knowledge of the ecosystem. We have built this business intelligence in-house, in which we try to identify all the stakeholders and also create the environment to connect them. So first, networking, connection, matchmaking, that's important. So it's like a marketplace where every need finds a solution. That is what an organization that promotes a cluster is intended to do, locally and internationally. The second thing is identifying which areas have a need for specific intervention. For example, I mentioned initially that we have identified that tech transfer is really a need. I mean, not only for companies identifying which solutions that are being generated in academia can be of interest for those companies, which is tech transfer, it's bringing in innovations to the industry. We have a program for that. We have been working for years in an open innovation forum in which industries could find solutions from the TTOs in the academia. That's very focused, but it has worked. I mean, at least initially, it is a very good system to combine academia and industry needs. A second one is identifying the needs of, in terms of talent. You need entrepreneurs, but you also need, for those startups, for those SMEs that are growing, you need C-level, C-suite. I mean, you need directors, CEOs, CSOs, CFOs, that have to lead this growth of the company. We have programs there too. Funding, we try to connect companies to local and international investors. So it's trying to identify these 5 needs that are crucial and building a program for that. You always need to build a program where you identify there's a need, there's a gap, but then we have to add the needs in digital transformation, sustainability. We are working in identifying what to do also in those areas. Some projects we have are working there.
Oh, great news. We are here. Volunteer. The next panelist, of course, will go even deeper in this topic. But last question, of course, the goal of the INAX is actually to make a mapping, to gathering the numbers to understand what is the reality and what is the local ecosystem on the regional level as on a country level. So I believe that this could be a great fundament of a great spin-off pan-European initiative. So my question to you is, what about to think how to merge the spin-off initiatives? So far, we hear yesterday Austria spin-off. Why not to think about Spanish spin-off, Bulgarian spin-off, and to think of?
Well, actually, this is what collaboration is about, is understanding, is sharing visions, it's learning from the other practices. So I think that our project in AXE, as you perfectly know, Christina and Dimitar also, that we are together in this project, is about building a plan together. But after this plan, we have the opportunity to implement it. So I really look forward to the opportunity to build this community together after these first 2 years of program and see where that brings us. Let me just advertise a little bit at the end of this month, and this is a start of it. We have another project that is having a 2-day event in Ljubljana. It's about building a strong public and private academia and industry partnerships. So I think this is a good example. One of the things that Europe asks us is to connect everything that we do to our partners in other projects. So you are invited to join us there also, to bring your companies there. There's slots for companies, free registration. You're very welcome to join. This is an example of what you have to do. Just connect everything we're doing for the sake of our companies, for the sake of our ecosystems.
Sounds like a great plan.
It is.
Thank you, Monse. Lovely as always. Thank you. With this, we're closing this panel for Pan-European ecosystem that's supporting the spin-off creation. Already we mentioned several very key words like digitalization, green manufacturing, sustainability. So for me, it's a great pleasure to invite on the stage Daniel Cosina, who is the president of the Romanian Cluster Association, co-chair of EEN thematic group on cluster. His topic will be on digitalization, green manufacturing, and change management challenges for traditional manufacturing SMEs. So hi, Daniel.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much and for the invitation. Because the time is very limited. If I may, to put the presentation, the Restart SME presentation. So first of all, when we talk about spin-offs, because the conference is about spin-off, I think that, and it was also discussed earlier today, and some numbers have been given, expectations of 5, I don't know, 3, 4 to 20 spin-offs that come out. And I think that in this, in the period we are now living in, I think we cannot talk about a spin-off, which is something innovative. It's an innovative company, without talking about digitalization. So, and also we have to consider also against the wider background of the European industrial policy, which has as goals the green, digital, and resilient transformation. So this initiative, I would like to briefly talk to you, and also this is relevant, I think, both for established companies which are here present, but also for the ones who are thinking of maybe founding a company or a spin-off, having an innovative idea and so on. Is this initiative the Restart SME project? How do I do this? Okay, so the Restart SME is a COSME project, is so project funded by the European Union, which aims at supporting companies get more digital, or support so companies working in the non-IT field, get more digital. And I think this is also, as I told you, relevant for the spin-offs. Okay, so what does our project offer to you? What you could do? You could use this. So there is an assessment of the digital transformation readiness. So you could play, and I will show you in 5 minutes. I will show you how to play. You could play with this tool. There is a tool that has been developed which assesses the level of maturity of your company or of your idea. Then after you have played with this tool, and yeah, you will get some assessment from the specialists in the project, and then you can several hackathons will be so-called hackathons will be organized next year, where you can meet also technology providers. For example, after getting your assessment ready, there will be some points where we are doing okay. There will be some points where we are not so okay, and then you can resort to the solutions that IT company can offer to you. And of course, you can join a community. And I think this is very important about community. There are many, very many communities around. And the question, what you have to put yourself where is, how do I know if something is relevant? Yeah. Okay. Now this guy from Romania comes and tells me I have to join his community because he is in this project. But how do you assess that this initiative is okay for you, or maybe another one? And I think, and also we had this discussion today about community building and the role of clusters. So it is advisable that you, as a company or as an organization dealing with economic development, or if you want to start to found a startup or a spin-off coming from university or from somewhere else, you should be, it's advisable that you are part of a cluster, because in a cluster you get filtered information. So and the cluster management can tell you, this initiative is okay, or this initiative is not so relevant for you, because otherwise there are so many initiatives, so many information, and you do not know, which is relevant. So being part of a cluster has the advantage that you have access to filtered information. And then you spare, of course, time, you spare resources. And also the clusters can provide you with support. And this is not only about financial support, but also about non-financial support. Always, so it's often that we are seeking money. And of course, we want funding for our companies and so on. But there is also non-financial support, which is very relevant. For example, the Enterprise Europe Network. And we have Daniela here, who presented you the advantages of using this tool, in terms of internationalization, of innovation assessment, of assessment of the digital readiness. So this is something that, for example, the Enterprise Europe Network can provide to you. So now you have also this Restart SMEs as an initiative, which is also trying to build a community and to bring together IT enterprises and non-IT enterprises. The IT enterprises offering solutions, tailored-made solutions for the non-IT enterprises. It's up to you to decide if this initiative is good. But the fact that we have been invited to present this, this is already, I think, let's say, and I thank you for this, to the organizers for inviting me. That means that they have appreciated that this initiative might be of help to you. But this is how you have to think. You have to think critically and to judge what is being presented to you in order to select the best option for you. And being part of a cluster and using the tools, all available existing tools, if they are non-financial and if they don't cost you much, this is something you should consider. Going to the next slide. So there will be, it's a journey. The project is thought as a journey, assessment of the digital transformation. You join the online community, then you, based on this tool that has been developed, if you play there and you will get your a report, and then you can participate to hackathons and other events. And if I ask you in the back, Could you please, could you please click on this on the link, on the Restart SMEs link? Because I want to show you where this where this tool is, you could play with. So if you click on this, visit restartsmes.eu. Or you could copy it in the browser, or okay. And if we go up, you see here, they're up. It's a digital assessment. It's just on the top. You see this digital assessment. If you click on this digital assessment on top, then you can start free of any charge to play a little bit and to assess the digital maturity of your project. So to come to a close, so I think it is very important to be part of a community. And the cluster is the best community for enterprises, to our opinion, because via the clusters you can access all different kind of information and filtered information. You have access to non-financial support. You get like the Enterprise Europe Network, like the European Digital Innovation Hubs, which will of course provide digitalization solutions, but also to the companies which have a certain degree of digital maturity and of innovation. And these are also part of clusters as a rule. And of course, you can get support in accessing also funding, also available public funded, be it at national level or be it at international level. As it has been already mentioned today, that we have a problem both in Bulgaria and Romania. Of course, you are also even better than we are in accessing Horizon Europe projects, which has a high level of excellence. Yeah, and there is a road, to get there. And this is why also I encourage you to use also this initiative to play a little bit with it. So to start to maybe to play with this digital assessment tool, and you will get a tailor-made report, and then you will be part also of this community, and then you can participate to the events that the project will be organizing also next year. But I think don't take it for granted just because I said it. Yeah, okay, you have to judge for yourself and to assess for yourself what initiative is the best suited for you. But I encourage you also to use this platform. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so for the next panel, it will be a company showcase, startups, venture building, and investor feedback. I would like to invite on stage one by one the startups. Victor Todorov from Prevento, come on stage. Miroslav Genchev from Telelink. Dmitry Dimitrov from Hemokin Pharmaceuticals. Dmitry Mitev from Meteorox. Come on stage, join me. Professor Hussein Yemengiev from Enova H2O. Alexandra Velkova from Atlas Argo Science. Hemel Armania from DigiStain will be with us on Zoom, and Svetelina Dimova from Auto Engineering Holding Group also will be with us online. And the last but not least, Jasmina Berova from Cardinal Bytes. So we'll start in a few moments. Okay, so we'll not waste time because it's limited. We will start with presentation, short presentation about what you do until all of the startup members will come. Okay, so let's start with Meteorox. Take the mic. 2 minutes. But I have a presentation. Okay, so how long is the presentation? Okay, take the other microphone, Jasmina. And we'll begin with it. Can we load Meteorox presentations?
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Jasmine. I also have a presentation, but I'll take a more interactive approach this time. So I would like to ask the audience, how many of you love sweets? Please raise your hand. All right, cool. And how many of you have been on a diet at some point of your life? Please raise your hand. All right, okay, we have the majority. And the last question is, how many of you have cut sweets during being on a diet in order to stay in shape and be healthy? All right, so we have the majority also. Well, this is the problem that my company, I'm the general manager of Cardinal Bites, is trying to solve. And the problem is how to eat sweets and stay in shape. That's why Cardinal Bites are inventing the first protein balls on the Bulgarian market. They look like this. These are our first 3 flavors, which are cocoa roasted mahlab, hazelnut chocolate with goji berry, and white chocolate with figs. Actually, they're without added sugar, with high fiber content in order to stay satiated, and we don't compromise the taste. So the whole point of the company and the mission of the company is to transform temptations into protein innovations. We don't have much time, and I'll say that we are already, we have our first pre-seed investment that is going to be announced in 10 days on Forbes. So you're going to read again about us. And
how much is Mina?
Sorry, no, I can't say that because okay. It's actually it's in the register right now. So we closed our first pre-seed round, and we are finalists in national international competitions for innovation and food tech. So this is us, and thank you for the attention. I'm going to pass.
Yes.
Am I next? Okay. Hello again. It's me, Alex from Atlas Agro. Our company is taking a step further by defining what our future will look like. Yesterday, I read something really interesting, a quote by Mahatma Gandhi, who said that the future depends on what we do in the present. So what we did is we collected a great team who is working on the development of different solutions that could be applied into the farming and landscaping industry through converting different waste resources. At this point, we are treating the sludge from wastewater treatment plants, which is a great problem, not only locally, but globally. And we are converting this sludge into the first ever waste-based biostimulant for farming and landscaping industries. We've been working on the project for 4 years, but in the past 2, we have achieved a lot. We have been innovator for the year of 2020 and 2021. We have successfully completed the accelerator program of EIT Climate Kick together with our partners from Clean Tech Bulgaria. We have signed more than 7 contracts with one of the biggest municipalities in Bulgaria, Sofia, Veliko Trnovo. We are in negotiation with Plovdiv, Varna, Burgas. We are working very well with Kneža, and please excuse me if I'm forgetting someone, but it's been great because we see that there is a huge potential in our product being applied on a national level and actually making steps towards becoming more sustainable and greener community and environment.
Are you already producing sales and revenue?
I'm sorry?
Are you already producing sales and revenue?
Yes, yes,
cool.
we are.
Okay, thank you, Alexandra.
Thank you too.
Hello, my name is Victor. I'm here to present our spin-off Prevento. I'm from a company called Cosmos Trace. The interesting thing about our project is that it's a spin-off from 3 companies. Prevento is a predictive maintenance solution. One of the companies who's actually the initiator of the project, called Inoxis, is a manufacturer of equipment in Bulgaria. They also offer maintenance as a service. So they're on the market for the last 30 years. And for the last few years, they have identified a need for more mass applied predictive maintenance solution for their own clients. They have started the project a couple of years ago when they identified this need and when they tried to actually find solution among the many solutions on the market already. And they have seen that actually there are several challenges in applying these solutions. Nowadays, one of them is that some of these solutions are quite expensive. So they're applied only to critical equipment. And also the majority of the existing providers, that they're not easy to apply. So you need to have specialization in place, specialists in place who can actually do it. So they have initiated the project looking at providing the next 2 parts of such a product, which are the software and the machine learning part. And this is where we came in as a machine learning company. The other partner in this is Dreamix. They are a very well-known company, Sofia, in Bulgaria, sorry, as a whole. They provide complex software solutions, and they're one of the very few companies in East Europe that have a partner who is already a unicorn company. The 3 companies work together in this project. Now we are at an MVP stage, and next month we start to raise investment for the first product, to finish the product and to start selling.
What is the amount that you're going to raise?
800,000 euro.
How much?
800,000 euro is the first round. Yeah.
Very nice. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, Miroslav.
Hi, I'm Miroslav. I'm with Telling Business Services. 4 years ago, we spun off a company out of Telling Business Services called Develiat, which is was back then a startup in the Internet of Things domain. Basically, we aim to deliver outcome-based IoT, outcome-based Internet of Things, basically saying, hey, put these sensors here, and this is the outcome we guarantee to you. So we started initially with monitoring urban air quality, then noise, then managing water. And actually, since this March, we integrated back into the company we spun from, where now we are looking to, basically we did it so we have a bigger scale, and now we're doing the things we did at Develiat, and also project like doing predictive maintenance. And basically the current thing we are doing is, I don't know if you're familiar, that all companies need to report sustainability metrics since 2024. We see this as a big potential. Basically, we want to go there and say, hey, if you want to show that you're caring for the environment, that you're losing less water, less electricity, your carbon footprint is lower, take us, we'll get you the data, and we'll help you build this report to show that you're actually treating the environment better than anyone else.
Thank you, Miroslav.
Hello, I am Hussein, co-founder of Innova H2O. We are a company which offers solutions for the water industry, namely instruments for faster, better, and more efficient water quality monitoring. Our first product is aiming to replace 100 years old method called BOD, or biological oxygen demand. As a parameter, BOD is quite unique, but there is a problem. And the problem is that you have to collect sample, you have to transport this sample to the lab, you have to use a specific equipment, and finally, you need 5 days to obtain results. And in some cases, this is very unapplicable, especially when you aim to operate water infrastructure. We are using biosensors, which makes possible faster and instantly, almost instantly, evaluation of the organic pollutants in water and evaluation of BOD. And as a company, we already managed to enter the market, and we reach our first customers. And just to make the link with the event topic, me and my co-founder, we both have academic background, so we know the problems and advantages, of course, of both academia and industry, and we are somehow trying to be a link in between. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we'd like now to give an
Passing
option
the
again
mic.
for the presentation of Meteo Rocks, if it's possible. If not, just start.
Hi, my name is Dimitar. I'm one of the founders and CEO at Meteo Rocks. Our company uses some of the latest technological and scientific advancements in meteorology to provide scalable digital solutions to the local and global markets. Next slide, please. I think the guys over there need to do it. Yeah, and the next one. So our short-term precipitation, the next please. Our short-term precipitation forecasting system provides a reliable forecast for precipitation for the next 30 minutes for the region of Bulgaria. The system extrapolates data from weather data or weather radar readings and plots future precipitation path. It can alert users about approaching extreme weather events and provide valuable time for preparation. The system can be deployed in any region with sufficient radar coverage. Next slide, please. So global weather forecasting done the traditional way has always been quite computational demanding. And global models provide a coarse weather forecast for every region of the Earth. But the local forecast, which takes topography and land cover into account, has rarely been available. We are running and fine-tuning a high-resolution model for the region of Bulgaria. We are using our own network of weather stations to verify the forecasts we are getting and to drive the accuracy further. Once ready, our plan is to deploy high-resolution models for an increasing number of clients worldwide.
Dimitar, what is your uniqueness when compared to the others?
Our uniqueness in comparison to the others, there are many projects in Western Europe doing this, but in Bulgaria, so far there are none who are introducing nowcasting services and high-resolution modeling. And we want to use the fact that in Bulgaria, we are doing this in a country where the weather for observation systems are very poor. And despite the fact that the infrastructure is very bad, we found a way to do it. And this means we will be able, using our experience from doing it in Bulgaria, we'll be able to do it in other regions of the world, which are not Western Europe.
Is it true that you have one station in Antarctica active?
Yes, it's active when the satellite internet is operating. Otherwise, it's recording data locally.
Cool. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like now to move to the people online. Hemel Amrani, are you with us? If not,
Hello everyone. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, hi Hemel.
Oh, I think somebody is sharing their screen.
Yeah, you can start.
Oh, it says I cannot share my screen while the other participant is sharing. No matter. Let me just talk through it. So, yeah, hello everyone. I'm Hemel, founder of Digistain. We are a brand new technology company spun out of Imperial College in London, and we improve cancer mortality by accelerating the diagnostic time for which currently takes many weeks down to several minutes. And we did this. So at the moment, the way it works is if you have cancer, the therapist really struggles with determining who gets chemotherapy, and we solve that problem in just a few minutes with a technology that is radically faster and more cost effective than what's currently possible. And this technology is patented. It came out of Imperial College, and for me personally, as an academic, as a cancer researcher, I had to cross that chasm, as I'm sure many people in the audience can relate, between research funding and getting private funding. And for us, what solved that problem were two things, really. Number one was getting invested by our lead investor, Y Combinator. We're a Y Combinator backed company. Many of you have heard of Y Combinator as whose reputation, national reputation, is second to none. But also, what's quite unusual about our company is that even though we are commercially very young, as in we only were incorporated last year, we're technologically very mature in that we've already done patient trials, etc. And really what enabled that was understanding that private investors want to have that de-risked, and we did that by collaborating with hospitals very, very early and trying to get as much done as we could with just research funding alone. So in just 12 months now, we have a market-ready platform ready for multiple cancers, for breast cancer, lung cancer, colon cancer, etc. Our patent is granted. It's not just filed, but finally granted. And we now have full market clearance in the UK, USA, and in Europe as well with CE marking.
Very nice achievements, Hamel. Very nice, bravo. Okay, the last startup will present Svetlana Dimova from Avdo Engineering Holding Group. Svetlana, are you with us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. So yes, I'm representative of Avdo Engineering Holding Group. This is a Bulgarian company with 20 years of experience. We are the biggest supplier in Bulgaria of specialized vehicles and equipment for municipalities, for different institutions. The purpose why we are here now is to present a product which is in line with our aspiration to develop like green products in alignment with the Green Deal concept, because in the last years we have delivered electric vehicles. We have produced our different innovative products, and one of these is the machine. It's a compactor that I'm going to show you now. It has been created with the Technical University of Sofia, and it was funded by the Innovations Fund. Can I show you? Should I share my screen?
Yeah,
or
go ahead quickly if you can.
Sorry?
Quickly, if you can.
But should I share, or you can present the presentation?
Try to share.
Okay.
We will try to present as well. The earliest that will come will be good.
But it's yeah, just saying that I cannot share because somebody else is sharing.
Okay, we'll try in a few seconds to raise your presentation. Meanwhile, I would like to prepare you for the first question of the panel. which is when comparing a regular VC angel funded company and running it, and when you compare it to a spin-off, when you have a mother company taking your care of your financials, of the IP, of the instruments, of the facilities and everything. Is it easier to run a company in this way? Is it more innovative to run it this way, or the other way around? So this will be the first question of the panel. Yeah.
Probably it will be complicated for me to fully answer the question because our situation is a little bit hybrid. Our company is a startup by definition, and the idea behind it was born out of nothing. But actually, all the people involved in the company being experts in their own fields and having their own businesses, of course, that helped tremendously on how we built the startup. So I think having the opportunity of being a business owner and then transferring to a startup is definitely helping and makes it easier for the startup to live and build the future.
Does it hurt innovation?
No, I don't think so, because especially in our case, we were people coming from very different fields. So this brainstorming we get, I must say, it's really beneficial, and I don't think it's a matter of having previous experience or not. It works better from my understanding and my experience.
Okay, Miroslav, it seems that you have been on both sides. Can you help us?
Yeah, absolutely. It's easier if the internal processes in the big company are done right. I mean, before we spun off Develiat, we actually had a role that was called an entrepreneur, a person who is doing entrepreneurship into the company. That was my role. And why this is important? Because while we were in the initial phase, the big company is like an incubator for you. However, the big companies, the big company has to develop and implement big projects under a specific time frame, processes, roles, etc., which can kill a startup. Because as a startup, you have to be very fast. You need to change your decision for the next day. And if the big company puts you into and asks you to do things following their standard process of operation, it will kill you. But if it has, as we used to have back then, a separate process for these internal experiments, it works. I mean, if I had to change something, I didn't have to go and ask someone or talk to the accounting or whatever. I just did it. And it helps a lot because in the very initial stage, you're no one. No one knows you, you have this great idea. And if I go to a customer and say, hey, I'm from Telelink and I have this great idea, I have a meeting with the customer. If I go and say, hey, I'm Miro, I'm from Develiat, no one knows me. So it very, very much helps if it's done right.
So flexibility is the key in the politics of the company.
Absolutely. Yes. I mean, if it's flexible and it has an internal process for that, it definitely helps. The brand helps.
Nice point. Victor?
Yeah, I totally agree with you, especially when you consider big company with well-known name. But I'll start from a different angle. So you were asking about the difference between being funded, and I don't think that there is a contradiction between, being a spin-off and raise funding. I think that there is a very unknown space in funding in Bulgaria. I have experience in the UK and Denmark, and where the culture is very different. What I mean is very often at this early stage, the investor needs to be also your partner. And this is what doesn't exist much in Bulgaria, unfortunately. And, investors are not always just money. There are also connections and people who know the market, as should be. In very rare cases, when a company has a potential for high growth, and these are very few companies, probably less than 2% from each vertical, then VC capital is really good for them. But for the rest, angel investment is just enough in this early days. I have experience in both invest companies and spin-offs. This particular one that we're doing now is really interesting. Is the first one in my career that we have three very different companies having one joint project. And what made it actually work to this point is that we assigned specifically people from each of these companies to lead the assigned parts of the project. And also we made sure that they work as a team, regardless of the percentage distribution within the new company. This is very important because you work in a team, and people are, as always, the most important ingredient for success. It's not the capital, it's not the technology.
So it's not the title or who is your boss, it's more than the team.
Exactly.
This is your point.
Yeah.
Thank you. Jasmina, you wanted to?
Well, in my opinion, actually, I have more than 10 years of experience in corporate and agencies, and I'm an entrepreneur for the last 2.5, 3 years. So I've seen both sides. And in my opinion, it's relatively easier to run a spin-off, because when you have a mother company with the core business that is have the resources, and you can be more to take risks. It's just you're calmer, and you can have you can
go out at home at 5.
Yeah, so actually something that I really like as an example is Coca-Cola's, for example, one of the biggest companies in the world in the FMCG field. They have a new initiative, a spin-off, which is called Coca-Cola Ventures. And they're actually supporting startups and are looking for startups that are in their field of interest. Same is doing Nestle, for example. 2 or 3 days ago, they announced their new program, which is for R&D, and they're attracting startups with which to finance if they like their ideas. So this is just another pillar of the company that they are evolving, and they have the resources for that. We have a lot of plans for different spin-offs and different services that we're going to do. But first of all, the company should be really stable in order to take that risk and to defer.
Mm-hmm. So that will lead me to the next question, but go ahead, Ed.
I just wanted to share that Meteorox is a startup, but we are really working hard to become a university spin-off. In the sense that we are trying to attract scientists from the Bulgarian ecosystem. There are many great projects in the universities that just lie locked somewhere in, and nobody is using them. And this is really a big problem.
Let's go directly to this topic again. What do you think about universities and university spin-off? What are we missing it?
We are working with the Bulgarian Academy of Science, so we have very close contacts with quite a few faculties. And what's missing is, I think one thing is young, ambitious people who have the freedom to try and to fail.
Talent.
There is talent, there is freedom is lacking.
Hussein, you have more experience about it?
Well, personally, we don't have specific experience because we started with self-financing, and of course we received some small amount, but with high value for us, support from the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. But well, being a university spin-off could offer some advantages to the companies, like using the facilities and the capacity of the institution. And maybe the answer of the first question, it depends on the industry sector, because it depends on the energy and amount of the resources you need to reach the level of the MVP. Because once you have your prototype, your MVP, you can go for investment rounds. And being a spin-off, especially a university spin-off in this case, I think will be very beneficial. What is missing? The question. Maybe now the frame of this collaboration is missing because there is, okay, very good examples of successful university spin-offs and very bad examples, because now at this point everything depends on the persons from the side of the academia and from the sides of the
What
company.
do you think about the IP and the IP transfer?
Yeah, the IP transfer is one of the problems because many of the entrepreneurs and the companies, they don't have very good definition of the distribution of the IPR after the collaboration with the university. And in some cases, this could be a stop.
Okay, it's a big hole, and I think it's a topic for everything. Yeah, Victor?
Yeah, I would like to add a few points here. To that extent, too much the conversation. I have experience previously in my career with University of Nottingham. I agree with you that it depends on the sector. In biotech, you have a lot of intellectual property tied in the project, and it all starts from there pretty much. But in clean tech, IT, and other sectors, that's not the case. But nevertheless, the problem with university spin-offs, the first problem I saw is that people don't understand the difference between scientific money and corporate money. They just don't get it in the beginning because they spent millions in IP in biotech. They spent a few $100,000 in other sectors, and these are easy money. And then they try to commercialize something, and they don't understand the difference between attracting this capital. That's the first thing. And the second is what yesterday evening I was at the event at ICT Hub in Varna, in May Varna Technical University. So they shared the same thing that I saw in other places in Europe. We are not unique in that, by the way. It's the connection between the business and the university.
It's another big topic.
Yeah.
Guys, online, I would like Hamel and Svetlina, if you would like to add something about the first question, the difference between regular startup and a spin-off startup, and the second question about the university. Now is the time before we go to the last question, and we'll finish this panel.
Yeah, maybe I could just jump in there. So great question, by the way, because I'm speaking as CEO of a spin out, but I still consider myself a startup, right? Because we have, even though we have in name the backing of a very large university, in terms of crossing that chasm to go from research funding to corporate money, as someone just mentioned, we're still very tough, and you don't actually get that much assistance and support from the mother company, if you like, or the university. So in that respect, it's still, I think there's a lot that can be done by universities to support their startups. I'm speaking to somebody who is an academic and has made that transition, and I can see the problems from the inside. There is literally nobody in the university ecosystem who is incentivized to make this happen, because everybody in there is not a stakeholder. Does that make sense?
It's your experience, and it's nice to hear that. Unfortunately, in Bulgaria, we don't have much of experience with spin-offs. This is the first conference that putting the stone for this process, and we hope to see more, especially in the university side. So thank you for this.
I can add something if you want.
Yeah, go ahead. Sure.
Well, fortunately, I have an overview in several universities in Bulgaria. First of all, my answer to your question is it depends on the university, because, for example, American University of Bulgaria is pretty agile and they're forward thinkers.
It's a good example of a university that works like a business.
Yeah, it is a good example of the university. I'm a guest mentor there for the entrepreneurship program, and they're really connected with the business and what's happening. They have for example, workshops for how to do a startup and all that, how to raise finances. So American University of Bulgaria is a good example. New Bulgarian University, the advertising field, for example, is also connected with the business, so they're also a good example. And one of the bad examples are the governmental universities. I have a lot of connections in several of them, and one of them is the University of Food Technology, and I spoke with them 2 days ago, and we're going to see each other and think how to do some projects together.
Hopefully
and
it's going to change your mind about.
yeah, what they say is that they're really stagnant and really slow, and they're doing a lot of researches, but in the university, and it's not connected with the business realm. So this is something that they tell about themselves, that they're just slow and not connected with what's happening out there.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to give the last option to the panelists who didn't have a chance to answer. Svetlana, would you like to add anything about the topics?
Actually, I would like to present our product because I couldn't now, so I'm waiting for you.
Did you find it?
Sorry?
Did you manage to share it? We don't see it.
No, I cannot share it. It's a problem
Okay,
with your
tell us
system.
about this. Describe it for us.
Yes, but it's actually like this makes no sense. I'm going to send you again the presentation so you can share it with the participants, because it's actually a product which is already on the market. It's compactor. It's our innovation with the technical university. Compactor of trash. It actually can compact the volume of trash 7 times. It looks like a standard bin, but it's automated. And yeah, I would like you
Thank
to
you,
share.
Svetlana. We are sorry for the technical issue to show it. We'll sure follow you up and see this product. So I would like to summarize this panel and what we've talked about. First, there was a topic here by Miroslav that says it doesn't really change if you work for a startup or a company. It's more affects your company is what's your company policies, structure, processes, and the freedom that they give to the startup. Then we talk about funding. That should be a key by Victor, should be a key. Who is your partner? Rather, it's a company or an angel or VC. And we finish with the universities and your experience with working with the university of some of you. And this might be the key future for all of the spin-off economy in Bulgaria, in my opinion. I think you agree. So thank you very much for this panel. And thank you very much for participating. Thanks to the startups, and hope to see you succeeding.
Okay, thank you. Quite intense discussion, quite interesting outcome. I think that we are on one opinion. And the best thing that actually we find out which are the gaps and which are the topics that we're supposed to work as an ecosystem in order to resolve and to achieve the great mission 100 spin-off till 2030. So thank you of being on the first edition of Spinoff Bulgaria. Actually, the interest and people that call us and wanted to know more and to be part of the initiative make us to think and look into the future. So save the date. The next edition of the Spinoff Bulgaria will be on 22nd and 23rd of June 2023. So even a new date. We have a new date. Also, I want to thank these amazing people that supporting me all the time, because as you see, it was quite informative event. It was a lot of excellence and very inspirational speakers. Probably some of you is wondering why so many information, why so tight time, but the idea was to make the scratch and of course going deeper. I want to special thanks, of course, Emil Shkirjisky, our startup inspirator in Bulgaria for many years, and you see his skills for his event. He's making a pitch-to-pitch event at every 11 of the month. So find us, searching for us, and I promise you more and more startups and good initiative coming up from his side. Of course, Kalyan Rachev, who's big applause. as you see that he was amazing by supporting me with moderating a different panel, but also a very hard work before, during the event. So thank you, Kaloyan. And of course, Dimitar, you didn't see him a lot here on the stage, but for sure everybody see him to hardly work outside. So thank you, Dimitar. Of course, I want to thank to Agency for Small and Medium Enterprises who supporting us, who believe in us in this idea. I want to special thanks to each of the partners who were supporters of the initiative. As I mentioned, a lot of more interesting edition will come after now. Even for the last 2 days, we find out at least 4 working groups, 7 events to be planned. So yeah, hard work just started. Just before to closure the event, I want to make a special announcement from today. We're starting, of course, to searching the best spin-off in Bulgaria. It's a contest that we will count on you, on your interest, your inspirational, your network, to find out who is the best example for the spin-offs in Bulgaria, and of course to spread the good practices. From 1st of October, on the website www.spinoffbulgaria.bg, you will find information about the contest, what we expect to see, and of course we are open to take any of ideas that could be bring. And I want to special thanks also to Svetlina Penkova. For the first time in my history, 22 years of events, I see the representative of the European Commission to stand next to us all day, to being part of every discussion. So this makes me really positive. And yeah, okay, it's time to closure the event. Thank you a lot. It was a pleasure to being your host, and see you very soon. Thank you.